All right. Welcome back, everyone, to Broadband Task Force. Somebody needs to mute their phone or mute their Zoom because I can hear stuff in the background. Thank you. So the next agenda item is bill number 0737, and it is state broadband support. And so, Brian, maybe you could walk us through that bill. Thank you.
Yep, Mr. Chairman.
Changes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Do you want me to go just highlight the changes or go through the entire bill again?
I think it's good to go through the whole bill. You do it pretty fast, so that's good.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. You should have draft 0.5 in front of you. And I'll start on page 2, line 19. This is the section that requires ETS to establish a process for folks to either healthcare providers or governmental entities to apply for access to the unified network for the provision of access points for communities and fire districts, or for telemedicine, telehealth for healthcare providers. Moving on to page 3, it just provides that access is granted after an application to the Chief Information Officer. Applications are submitted by fire districts for establishing at least one wireless internet access point at a fire facility. The governing body of a municipality, if it's a town or city, or the Board of County Commissioners, if it's for a census designated place. Both of those for the purpose of establishing a wireless internet access point at a community center. Moving on to page 4, a healthcare provider can also apply for access to the unified network. And this is the same as the previous version of the bill, but a healthcare provider is any hospital, a community health center, a community mental health center, or a rural health clinic. At the bottom of page 4, the Chief Information Officer reviews the applications, who must issue a decision on the application not later than 15 days after receiving it. And then, Mr. Chairman, this is where the first changes start to come into play. On page 5, lines 15 and 16, it requires the CIO to consider for applicants who are healthcare providers whether any private service or connections are currently available for the healthcare provider. So that is new language that the working group developed for insertion into that subparagraph. Moving on to page 6, Mr. Chairman, there was a change on line 7 from telecommunications company to broadband provider. And I also need to make that change on line 9. That was just an oversight there. And then the staff comment, there was discussion in the working group, Mr. Chairman, about a possible alternative. What this paragraph does is, if there's any infrastructure that's required to be constructed as part of this granting of access to the unified network, that the option be given to a broadband provider to include their fiber as part of that infrastructure construction. There was discussion about making that infrastructure available for a longer period of time. 20 years was the term mentioned, that a broadband provider could have access to that facility, to that infrastructure during that period of time to, install its fiber or other equipment at a later date than just the construction itself. And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 7, this just provides that healthcare providers who are granted access to the unified network are only for the purposes of directly conducting telemedicine visits. And the staff comment on page 7, there was discussion about changing the term telemedicine to telehealth, and that would be applicable throughout the bill. So mostly on these early pages, and then again later on in the bill when the definition of telemedicine, that would be replaced with the definition of telehealth. Mr. Chairman, page 7, line 21, this paragraph just provides that the kind of the delineation of expenses for these projects and for accessing the unified network. So it's at the state's expense if construction commences not later than November 1, provided that funds are available. If it's a healthcare provider after that date, then it would be at their expense to connect to the unified network. For a community, any access point or construction is at the state's expense, provided that funds are available. This is on page 8, paragraph 6. And then, Mr. Chairman, page 8, lines 20 to 21, there is a slight tweak in language to state that the Chief Information Officer shall grant an award to not more than one application. It previously had read, shall grant not more than one application. And the clarification there was to make sure that there could be more than one application for a community, but not more than one award under this section for a community. And then, Mr. Chairman, on page 9, subsection C, there was a minor change, a technical correction to state that the Department of ETS shall promulgate rules rather than a reference to the Chief Information Officer. And that's in line with the department's ability and authorization to promulgate rules.
Brian, just quickly, Speaker Harshman, you were subcommittee chair on this bill. So if there's at any point, if you want to provide any clarity on where the subcommittee was going, you're more than welcome. So just chime in. Otherwise, we'll just keep cruising.
I think we keep rolling, get the explanation, and then when we go back through it, we can.
Fair enough. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff comment on 9 and 10, that was a carryover from last time, just a reference to the to an existing statute that contemplates access to the unified network by healthcare providers. ETS sent information. I forwarded that to you yesterday afternoon with responses that were based in part on questions regarding that section. And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 10, 24.2.117, this section this is the dig once language for YDOT. There were no changes to this section, but just quickly, what it does is for any road project that the Department of Transportation completes on or after August 1st, 2020, that project, if it includes, the establishment of a new road or highway, or adding an additional lane to that highway, that project must include the installation and construction of infrastructure for broadband internet service. Page 12 are just the standards that go with that service. Also on to page 13, and then the Department of Transportation is required to promulgate rules for operating that program and that construction requirement. And then, Mr. Chairman, page 13, 36.1.122, this is the section that provides for no fees for broadband infrastructure that goes on state lands or school trust lands. There were also no changes to this section, but in some it provides that no fees or rents or charges can be charged to or collected from, for the use of those state lands and school lands for the construction and maintenance of broadband infrastructure and cellular towers on those lands, so long as you first apply to the Board of Land Commissioners before doing so. The project is in accordance with law, and it would be for the benefit of, for state lands, Wyoming's residents, students, and businesses, and for the school lands, that infrastructure would be for the benefit of Wyoming public schools and Wyoming students. It also provides, I'm on page 15 now, that anyone who causes damage or destruction to those lands is responsible for those damages. The staff comment on page 15, these just highlight pertinent constitutional provisions for the task force to keep in mind. I mentioned this last time, but also just in terms of the question of, you know, the fiduciary duty of the state and managing these lands for those purposes as associated with not charging a fee for this. And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 17, 126.813, this is an amendment to the right-of-way statute for telecommunications companies. And on page 18, the working group did have a few changes. First, the references in this subsection to the State Transportation Commission were stricken and replaced with Department of Transportation. That's on line 6 and 7, and also on line 13 of page 18. And then, Mr. Chairman, on line 15, the previous version had 7 calendar days for the requirement for after you would apply for a right-of-way, any permits or authorizations had to be issued then. That was changed to 15 days on request of the department, and also to match the same timeline that the bill provides for ETS earlier in the bill draft.
Mr. Fuller, I have a question on 18. Really, we're trying to do this for deployment of broadband, and this says any public utility or communications company desiring to install its facilities. So this is much broader than broadband, and is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. It would be, and it's not only for, as you noted, communications companies, but it's any public utility would be entitled to the benefits of these changes as well.
And just to follow up on that, is there, I mean, we could change, you know, make additions or in the statute that would make this only for broadband providers, this easement piece?
Mr. Chairman, the simplest way, perhaps, if that is the desire of the task force, would be perhaps creating a new section in the right-of-way statutes that would apply only to broadband providers.
Thank you. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, subsection C didn't change, and that just states that nothing in this section would allow for the erection of permanent towers along the right-of-way. And then, Mr. Chairman, page 19, subsection D is new language, and this requires that any project constructed using a right-of-way under this section for the purposes of constructing broadband internet infrastructure, providing broadband service, must meet the minimum requirements. And there's, it'd be 50/10 service that must be made available, and then latency of not greater than 100 milliseconds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
please
Mr.
continue.
Chairman, moving on, the bottom of page 19, this is 922904. These are the definitions that go with the unified network section from earlier in the bill. On line 20, there's a new definition of broadband provider that was referenced earlier. That was the change from telecommunications company to broadband provider. And then moving on to page 20, the definitions of community and community center have not changed. Nor has the definition for telemedicine, but the working group suggested changing that definition from being limited to telemedicine to capture telehealth. Mr. Chairman, moving on, pages 21, 22, and then moving on to page 23, that's just a conforming amendment for the DIG 1 statute. That language is on page 23, lines 6 through 8. Mr. Chairman, page 23, line 10, 24.2.116. This is the leasing provisions for YDOT, for leasing space on towers. The reference to telecommunications company was stricken and replaced with broadband provider. The other language on lines 14 through 16 were stricken in the previous version that referenced underserved areas of the state as determined by the Public Service Commission. On line 20, similarly, a change from telecommunications company to broadband provider. And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 24, the previous version of the bill draft had that the rate of the lease for access to and use of, Department of Transportation facilities would be $1 a year. The working group changed that to state that the rate of the lease shall not exceed 50% of the reasonable market-based rate or an equivalent level of services as negotiated by the department. That was a suggestion from the department to account for example, the situation where access to a tower was granted and in exchange, that company provided free Wi-Fi at a rest area. On line 9, page 24, that's just another change from telecommunications company to broadband provider. And then lines 11 through 18, similar to the dig once or to the earlier language about the speed requirements, that is also included here. So 50-10 speed minimum, and then the latency not greater than 100 milliseconds for the round trip.
Brian, I do have a question here. And that is, even in existing statute, it appears to me that if you look on line 10, establishes that excess capacity in that area is unavailable. So is unavailable from private commercial communication facility owner. So there's really, it seems like a real hang up there if YDOT wanted to allow this service or at a reduced rate or free or whatever we decided, that it would still be, if there's a private structure, it has to be not available. And so there must be a process for that. Was there any discussion, maybe this is to Speaker Harshman, was there any discussion in the group about whether that has had any limiting? Has that limited providers in the past from maybe taking opportunity of existing options? Was anything brought up about that, discussed?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so. And I think, though, you raise a very good point. And, but yeah, we did a lot of work with YDOT on this tower piece we'll talk about when we kind of go to make amendments and stuff. But I think that's one area to look at.
Okay. Thank you. Brian, please continue.
And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to the bottom of page 24, line 22, instead of the proceeds of any lease going to the general fund, they would go to a WyoLink tower maintenance account, which is created in this section. The funds would be continuously appropriated to the department and are available only for maintaining, reinforcing, and repairing the WyoLink towers in Wyoming. And then, Mr. Chairman, the definition of broadband provider is new as well. The staff comment, Mr. Chairman, on page 25 is just a note that telecommunications company, as it's currently used in this section, in the existing language, isn't defined. And so the task force may want to consider the effect that this change may have on the scope of companies that may be able to apply for and lease excess capacity on the department's facilities. Mr. Chairman, section 3 is a $100 million appropriation to the Department of Enterprise Technology Services for the purpose of the Unified Network program previously described. Moving on to page 27, there's a staff comment. Speaker Harshman recommended that this section be included and discussed at the meeting. And what this section would be is it first is a requirement for the Department of Transportation to construct 17 new WyoLink towers. Provided that the construction would allow for better response during the public health emergency, would enable the expansion of internet access for the purposes of remote education, telework, or telehealth, or would otherwise be a valid purpose under the CARES Act. And then, Mr. Chairman, on page 28, line 9, and the next requirement for the Department of Transportation would be to plan for and complete projects that would install fiber optic cable for up to 55 existing WyoLink towers with similar purposes for expanding broadband service or another permissible use under the CARES Act. And then on page 28, line 19, the third requirement would be for reinforcing the structure and repairing up to 30 existing WyoLink towers with similar purposes. And then moving on to page 29, this section would come with a $75 million appropriation of CARES Act funds for the purposes of completing those 3 projects. And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 30, section 4 just requires the Department of Transportation to apply for a blanket easement for rights of way on public roads through federal lands. Section 5 spells out that process for the department to follow in terms of getting authorization from the governor and sending a copy and working with a group of stakeholders to prepare that application. And then, Mr. Chairman, the act is effective immediately.
Thank you, Brian. Representative Lindholm, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to go right back to essentially the beginning of the bill. And I was just wondering if Mr. Fuller could help me out. I don't see fire protection district defined in this legislation. Is there a definition in existing statute for what's included with the fire protection district?
Mr. Fuller, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lindholm, I found that term used in statute. I did not find a definition of that term in statute.
Representative Lindholm, you're a firefighter, so maybe you could enlighten us.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of the concern that I've got is fire protection districts are typically considered special districts when your county or something like that opts to form a fire protection district. That usually means you're taking away control from the county commissioners in regards to the running or management or funding of firefighting. And while there are certainly fire protection districts in the state of Wyoming, not everybody is a fire protection district or has one. For example, one of the counties that I represent, Weston County, has a fire protection district, but Crook County does not. I guess the way I'm reading the legislation is there's a possibility that, for instance, Weston County would be able to utilize that, Crook County would not. So
Representative Lindholm, but you probably do have fire districts in both, so a broader definition could work, right?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe it's considered a fire district unless there's an actual special district put in place. Otherwise, it's just ran by the county. So I do think the term could be troublesome.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Fuller for now? There'll be enough questions and discussion on this bill, I think we can go ahead and do public comment if everybody's good with that, and then we'll just build to the bill if that works for everybody. So I think, Brian, let's start out with, I think we're back to the leadoff hitter, which is Ms. Zerga. Liz, you're, yeah, there you go. You're still muted. Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can.
Thanks. Liz Zerga, representing the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. The video, as you know, sometimes is a little delayed that you're watching, so I didn't hear the end of the comments regarding this bill, but with respect to Bill 737, first of all, subcommittee, I see that you did try to address telecommunications issues. with respect to this bill, especially the ETS Unified Network portion of the bill. However, my clients still oppose that section, and I'll talk to you about why. You know, folks say, why do they get so worked up about ETS and the unified network? And so for some of you on the task force, just a short bit of history. When the unified network was originally thought of, the state put out an RFP for the unified network, and the carriers that belong to the Wyoming Telecommunications Association responded to that RFP and designed a network. And what the state decided to do was they took that network design and they said, thanks, that's a great network design. But rather than have the private carriers operate that network, we'll have the state operate that network. We'll use your underlying fiber, but we will lease circuits from you for that backbone, lease big circuits, and we, the state, will operate that network. And by the way, we want that leased backbone to be really, really big. And our response to that was, wow, that could put the state in the position of being a competitor, being a broadband competitor to all carriers in the state. So we weren't very excited about it. And after a lot of discussion, the governor and the key legislators on that and ETS director came back to us and said, we promise you, this network will never be used to compete against you. We promise. It will be used to provide services to the state buildings and the state agencies, and it will be used to provide services to the schools. And the reason we want these circuits so big on the backbone is so that those schools will have premier services. We want to lead in that respect. And so we need a lot of capacity because we need it for future. But we promise you, we will never compete with you. So go and invest, to the private sector, go invest to the other government entities, build out your networks, rest assured, we will never compete with you. So we put that in the budget footnotes when the appropriation was made. We had that consensus and it was in the budget in the footnotes. And then later, when budget footnotes were determined not to be an appropriate vehicle for legislating, it was put into statute that the only folks that would be using this was the state agencies and the schools. And so that was the commitment. And even as recently as last week, ETS still had on their website their quote, simply put, the Unified Network Project is about leveraging the state's education and government broadband demands to promote the growth of capacity for all of Wyoming and enhance private investment in broadband infrastructure without fear of the state as a competitor. So that brings us to where this bill is. And what this bill does is it says, state says, King's X. We will now take CARES Act money and give it to ETS to make a decision to have the state directly compete with private providers. We have made the investment. I showed you that map. I showed you how these small carriers at great expense stepped out of their areas that they serve to go and serve surrounding communities, and in some cases, communities far, far from their area. And who did they serve? They serve hospitals. They serve medical clinics. They serve businesses. And they've reached out to a lot of towns and they've made millions upon millions upon millions of investments. And so what happens is if this bill were to pass, all discretion is now with the ETS director. A hospital who currently has fiber could come to ETS and say, you know, we think that your rates might be better. We'd like to be on your network, your state network, better than, we know that provider built out to us, but we think your rates might be better. It puts the state in direct competition with these carriers. It also strands these carriers' investment. A lot of these carriers that moved out of their areas, they did so with no guarantee that they were going to get an investment, a return. They went out and they built fiber on the hopes that they would serve customers who wanted their services with high quality, high speed broadband, and that the bills that those customers would pay would be the return on their investment. So this bill allows that investment and that return to be stripped. In addition, this bill, especially with respect to medical providers, it picks out high value customers. Hospitals are high value anchor tenant customers to these carriers. So if the state was going to pick a customer besides a data center or a large institution, it would pick a hospital and take it away from these carriers. What does that do? It hollows out the investment. So then how much money does the carrier have to invest in the places that you want them to invest to? The places farther out. When does it stop? Today it's hospital, medical providers, Wi-Fi networks to serve residents. Next time, is it the counties? Is it the cities? At this point, my carriers look at that piece of the bill and say, why should we undertake the risk of continuing to build out and invest in Wyoming? Why should we do that? I got 2 phone calls right after your last meeting from carriers who were taking fiber into medical providers. And they said, should we stop? What do we do? Are they going to take those customers away from us? That's why we have problems with that aspect of it. Why should you also have problems with that aspect of it? It takes a lot of resources to be a broadband provider. Adding these additional customers to ETS, taking them away from private providers, also requires a lot of ongoing resources. The funding that you would provide up front to make those connections is not the end of the bill. It's not the end of the day. Those electronics have to be maintained. Those electronics have to be replaced. They need additional personnel. They have to have software. They have to have HIPAA compliant software. Those are ongoing costs. And so what it means is state taxpayer funds funding an agency to compete against a private provider. That's the ETS portion of the bill. I know you made an effort to have the director consider whether or not the services were available from a private provider, but it was just simply a consideration. It's not a prohibition from that carrier or that medical provider then leaving. It is just simply a discretionary consideration. And at this point, the risk is so great with respect to this bill. It's just a very negative investment signal to the carriers of Wyoming. A much better solution, because I'm always asked about solutions, is for those medical providers who do not have access to fiber or to other high-speed, like fiber coaxial cable. Let's focus our money there and get it to them. These providers can provide all of the solutions that these medical providers might want or need. With respect to the rest of the bill, unless you have questions on that part, I'd be happy to answer them or try to answer them right now.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate going before Speaker Harshman.
Oh,
Ms. Zerga, so I found right at the beginning, you mentioned something. During our last meeting, I had specifically read off of ETS's website in regards to the unified network. And it specifically said they're not there to compete with private. And you said it's no longer there. And so I went to ETS's website, and indeed they did take that portion down, which ETS is going to have to answer for that when they get on. Not in like a negative way. I just want to know why they changed it. Do you know what day they changed that on by chance?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lindholm.
Please, go ahead.
Representative Lindholm, I don't know when they changed it. I know it was there last week. And I didn't even know that they had changed it. My testimony was as recently as last week, it was there. I know it was there last week. I don't know whether it's there today or not. I have no knowledge.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so it is gone. It now reads, and this is for the committee, under the Wyoming Unified Network. The provision reads, during fiscal year 2017-18 biennium, will continue to grow the Wyoming Unified Network to include more state agencies and will provide a great benefit to the state of Wyoming constituents that utilize the services that the agencies provide. The connectivity to the Wyoming Unified Network will allow agencies across Wyoming to securely access enterprise resources and services such as voice over internet protocol, phone services, video conferencing, and connectivity to data centers that are currently peering with the state Wyoming Unified Network. Before there was some language right at the end. Well, that's all new language. Anyways, kind of interesting. And that's for the committee. If you'll remember the last time I read how ETS had that defined, it has greatly changed.
All right, Speaker Harshman.
thank you. Ms. Zerga, again, appreciate all your work and your concern, not, on this part of the bill, but your work on the rest of this bill too. And I think we all get it. And we are looking for those solutions. And if we were in a state with millions of people, it wouldn't be a big deal. You'd have millions of customers, right? And so we're really mindful of that. And perhaps that is the way to do it, is to, look at the places where we really don't have fiber. And, we look at some of these states like Arkansas, they have telehealth in their schools too, for every school kid. So mom's not taking time off work to run Junior to the doctor. He can see the doctor right in the school office and those kind of things. So I don't know, but I'm sure there's a way forward and we'll figure it out. So I think, we're trying to push the envelope on all this, and we get it. But we also want to put in some incentives or some benefits for the private industry too. And I think when we get to this, about running this cable to any of these community centers, it currently says you can lay your own. I think we lay a 96 strand cable that you can have for 20 years, and I think we need to have those conversations. That's why I think in the next week or two, we can bring this bill to a really good spot. And so just hang in there with us. And there is no grand conspiracy. We're really appreciative, and it's a tough business model in Wyoming. Big area, not many customers. And so we're certainly not going to do any harm. So thank you.
Yeah, and Senator Landon, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to add to what the speaker said, as well as, give a tip of the hat to Liz. I appreciate your passion and your knowledge and your background on this entire issue. I've enjoyed working very closely with you over the last 2 or 3 years on telecom issues, and really glad to do it. Good folks out across there. So, I just want to make sure that the committee, the task force, knows that like the speaker said, I don't think there's anything nefarious here. When it came up at the Management Council, I reflected back a little over a year ago, Mr. Chairman. We, as you do in your county, have lots of meetings before we go down to a session. In one of our meetings, I think there was about 8 or 10 of us legislators there that particular day. And one of the legislators, I don't remember who asked, what would help us to do better on telehealth? And that was with our hospital. It happened to be the medical center. And the answer to that was, more dedicated access and cheaper ability to provide telehealth. So that to me was the only reference that I was aware of. And we went on down the river, and later on I met with our Wyoming Behavioral Institute, which has many clients that probably should be over in Evanston, but we don't have the capability as a state to do that. It's also a facility that has shut down a lot of adolescent beds. And I thought, if there's something that we could do on this whole telehealth front, gosh, wouldn't that be great for the state of Wyoming? So I just wanted to make sure that the committee knew where I was coming from on it, and kind of why I think it came up at Management Council that, hey, let's turn over every rock we can. Let's talk about this. And anyway, thanks, Liz. I'll let you continue through the bill, but appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to make a couple of comments.
You bet. I appreciate that. And Liz, I guess just from my perspective, and you've heard me tell you this before, anchor institutions to one person are a cash cow, to another are a liability too. And so as you think about it, when there's maybe only one option in a community, and that drives up healthcare costs or frankly the cost of county government, there's something to that too. And so I think one thing that has concerned me in the discussion in the past on telehealth, and where I don't think the providers have maybe led on this, is really with respect to bringing telehealth people together in a room with providers and actually talking about problems and solutions. And I think a year ago that was, there was a discussion, but it was more about, we don't want you on the unified network, but I don't, and I've mentioned this in our last task force meeting. It never really got back to, well, what are the needs? What are the costs? What's the associated problem? I don't think it's been clearly defined to this task force yet. Is there a defined problem, other than I know cost in some areas has been a defined problem? So I do appreciate your time, and yeah, this is a good conversation. So you're welcome to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Speaker Harshman, Senator Landon, and your comments, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the provider that did come to that meeting, I do want to tell you what I did and what others did, so there isn't a mistake. The provider who came to us and said they wanted to get onto the unified network, I had my providers reach out to that institution and say, hey, did you know that we're in Casper as well? We're an option and we can provide these solutions. As I've indicated to you, and I think that person who reached out will be testifying today, we couldn't get them to call us back to talk to us about the solutions that we had, the options that were available to them. And it was more than one call. Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. Zerga, I appreciate that, and I'll certainly ask our provider. I like to follow up on things. When I hear them, excuse me, I like to try to get to the bottom of things. And I reached out to our administration at the hospital, and they're not able to find an administrator that was contacted on this front. That might not mean that somebody wasn't, but they've not been able to discover who that might have been. So just so you're aware of that, and we'll certainly get to the bottom of whatever, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully the person who reached out to them, who will be testifying, can tell you who they reached out to contact and tried. Moving with respect to the rest of the bill, just a couple of comments on some of the changes that were made. With respect to page 19, line 5, it now says that service will be made available, and it says all persons adjacent to the right-of-way. I understand the concept, and what I would want to say to you is that at times that can be extremely cost prohibitive. I know what you're trying to do. I applaud it. You might want to have a little wiggle room in there about will receive a substantial, make available to a substantial number of persons. But I leave that up to you. I just want you to know that as you're trying to give tools in the toolbox, if you make a requirement that they reach out to every person, that could be cost prohibitive. And then I had a question on page 24, line 2. So what this is lease rate of YDOT facilities. And one of the things that the carriers have talked about is there are some big, well, I wouldn't say big, but there are areas of the state where we have heard where YTA carriers aren't serving. We've heard there are areas of the state that are bounded by a highway that don't have service. Either they're unserved or underserved. And it's very costly for us to try to extend out to that area, but we're more than willing to try if there's a way to get there cost effectively. And so one example, and it's just an example, there might be more than one. I don't know every single rural highway area in YT or in the large carriers service footprint where there's unserved. We had talked about the possibility of having the state install conduit there and making that available at very, very low rates to carriers. I'm wondering if by putting this 50% of market rate in there, are you setting a floor for that kind of a facility? Should that kind of a facility, because if that is your floor, you may not get the solution, because we're talking areas where there's very few people to serve. It's a long distance, in one case, I think 100 miles, where there is no conduit, and there's an area of unserved around there. If you had to pay 50% of the market rate on that, there would not be a business case. And yet we want to help. So I'm not sure about that, but that's the point.
Speaker Arshman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Zerga, thank you. And I appreciate your thoughts on this. And as you contacted our subgroup on this idea, and there's probably some others too, and I actually heard about this a couple of weeks ago from a pipeline company, and they're like, and then it's got this talk about perfecting right-of-ways and all that, and we're doing that in county roads. We're trying to in county and state and federal roads, and now we're talking power poles. Anyway, all this stuff's related, but this run down the eastern part of the state, and this was a pipeline guy said, geez, if we could have run that, at that time, we could have provided a lot of service. Okay, so back to that, I just want to tell you that off of those conversations and your suggestion that you just made here, I've got a little amendment for the bill when we get to it, and really it's to run that. YDOT told us $10,000 on flat ground per mile. So if you average 15,000 per run, couple 100-mile run from Newcastle to Albin, 190, 200 miles. There's probably some other 200-mile runs in the state. And so I'd like us to maybe consider that. So I'm trying to pitch my amendment before we get there, but I appreciate you bringing that up. But back to your point about 50%, I think you install it, and I think you let people run with it for like 20 years. Have 5-year check-ins, see how you're doing. You know, we can write all that you got to run it out from there, but I don't think it needs to be a deal that, so that 50% was more about those towers, renting those towers, not this fiber run. And I think we can separate between those. And I think other states have done that too, given 20-year runs on this fiber. And if we decide to run to fire departments or schools or any of those, I think we lay in that 96 cable or whatever strand cable for, you know, for a 20-year use on it to build this thing out. So appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
Yeah, and just Representative Yin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to check with Brian to make sure. When I read page 24, I see it as the lease shall not exceed 50%. So that makes it the ceiling and not the floor, if I'm reading that correctly, if that was the intent of the subcommittee as well.
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, that's correct. What I understood the intent of the working group to be was to cap the amount of the lease at the 50%.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I guess a question to Speaker Harshman, since you were chair of that subcommittee, or Senator Von Flater, and whoever wants to build in on this, is where did you come up with the 50% and why? That's something, you know, I think originally it was really $1. The idea was we want to get use out of these towers, period. And so why did that change?
Yeah, I think in our discussions with the department, Mr. Chairman, and Senator and Canyon can step in here. To get, first of all, I think there's not been a lot of requests, and then YDOT has a couple deals where it was mentioned earlier where get free broadband service to their rest stops. So they didn't want to, if you put $1 rent, then those kind of bargaining things go away. So we wanted to kind of continue that where, hey, running through here for free if you provide us free internet at a rest stop. Shouldn't preclude that. That's already happening. But we thought, you know, what makes a business case? Maybe 50% is too much. Maybe you put it at 25 or 30%. But we figured it's got to be a little bit of something to be reasonable. It's kind of like the buck on school lands. I think we're going to have to take a look at that. And it's not about trying to make any money off this, but it's trying to find that sweet spot to really promote this. So maybe 50% is too much. We thought that would be an attractive number. You can get on a tower for 50% of the, you know, any kind of lease rate on that. So, and then we've got some other language in here to strengthen some of these towers. YDOT gave us examples of that, to run fiber to these, they got 55 towers they could run fiber to rather quickly, they think. And then they want industry to come to them. Hey, we'd like to use this tower to shoot north, and it needs some cabling to strengthen it up for the structural part, for the weight. We've got an amendment to, you know, to do that. I guess it's in there, but to strengthen those. So that's the whole idea. Maybe 50% is not right, but I don't think $1's right either, or free.
Okay, thank you. Senator Von Flater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was all to get over the constitutional issue of no rent at all. And that was the closest we could come. And Speaker Harshman has nailed it down pretty well. Maybe 50% is too much. Maybe it should be 75, or maybe it should be 25. We really didn't know.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Ms. Zerga, I guess this is a question for you. I really like these provisions of the bill, which would maybe provide better access to our providers out there. But my question to you is, if we provide access to some of these towers and even build a couple more towers, is there any interest on the part of the providers? Is that will that be a benefit? I'm just curious if that'll even be used.
Ms. Zerga.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, fair question. The aspect of this bill that is the most important to us is the permitting pieces that get the permitting sped up. Quite frankly, those towers are not of significant interest to my clients because of the way they're structured, because of their locations. We already have facilities in most of those places. I'm not saying never. Is possible that maybe one or more might be of some use, but very limited from my client's perspective. And all of my clients, I told you, I have clients who do fiber, clients who do cable, and some of my clients do wireless. So again, it's not, that part is not a big incentive to us. But the permitting is, because we do have big hangups in permitting.
Follow up, Senator Landon.
Thank you. Just real quickly, Mr. Chairman, a follow up. Liz, I wonder if we're going to, let's just say that this all goes through and we land on some sweet spots and whatever. If we decide to build new towers, would it behoove us to make sure and involve the private sector just to see if we can't locate a tower in a more beneficial position where it might help one of our providers?
Ms. Zerga.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, yes, that would be useful because like I say, it's possible, especially with a newly engineered tower in some location, perhaps if there's not coverage there already from a cellular provider or other towers, it could be useful.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Landon. Ms. Zerga, that was my question. Is you don't represent all of the cell service people, the cell providers in the state, or and there are other wireless providers you do not represent.
Mr.
Correct.
Chairman, that's very accurate. I don't represent any of the big wireless carriers.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then the last part is Speaker Harshman's suggested amendment with respect to YDOT. And when we look at that, we have always been advocates of YDOT or someone installing conduit where there's none available so that any providers can access that non-discriminatory, low-cost access for conduit to serve unserved or underserved areas. Our concern over the WyoLink amendment is I think the intent might be very good, but what it looks like to us is another big state network set up, another big state-owned fiber-based network that, again, it's not limited to areas where it's unserved or underserved, and it is the state stepping into the role of being the fiber owner, potentially, and the asset owner and the operator of all of that. Again, it looks like a big broadband company inside of the state. And that may not have been the intent at all, but that's what the wording looks like. It's got enough latitude in there for that. And the ongoing cost of that, that's a forever cost to the state of maintaining that, upgrading it, just like a broadband company would. All of that fiber, all of that electronics, all of the people to address that. So as that amendment is currently written, really for almost the same reasons as the ETS piece, we can't support it. But I want you to know we do support getting YDOT conduit in areas of highways where there is none, and letting all carriers have access to that for a low cost so that if there are areas of the state that can be reached, that the private providers can do that. I think that concludes my testimony on that bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that testimony. Does anybody have any further questions of Liz? Rep Yen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, this isn't my expertise particularly because I'm not involved with how it works with the internet backbone companies, but is there enough, do local broadband providers in the state of Wyoming believe that there is enough internet backbone in Wyoming? Or do they feel like that essentially that they have to lay their own fiber to connect to internet backbones in other states? And so my question then becomes, would it make sense for us to be that backbone for the companies rather than necessarily compete with them? But if no backbone gets built out in Wyoming, what would the pain point be for us being that backbone for internet providers?
Ms. Zerga, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Yin, you have on your task force a provider. I do know that the providers have excellent access to the internet backbone in this state, the independent phone companies that I represent. Some of those backbone points are in Montana, some are in Colorado, some are in Wyoming. They are excellent. They have very high speed and tremendous capacity to reach those. I don't think it is necessary, but I would defer to the actual providers on that point. I know that they tout their access to those networks as being world-class.
Ms. Sessions, do you want to comment on that?
Nothing to add. I would just agree with Ms. Zerga.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Liz, for your testimony. And there's no further comment. We'll move along, and hopefully we do need to pick up pace a bit. So onward. So I would thank you, and I would encourage the next people to comment. To, if it's pretty much the same, that's fine, but maybe it'll be fewer words. So Jack Walkinghorst, I have you popping up. Jack, can you hear me? And if you can, you need to demute or unmute.
Yep.
And just tell us who you are and who you represent and your testimony. Thank you.
Jack Walkenhurst with All West Communications, Director of Strategic Partnerships. And Chairman, I really don't have anything else to add. Would just echo, we certainly agree and support everything that our representative, Ms. Zerga has shared with you, and just anxious to work with the state, anxious to be a partner. We are invested, we are committed, but we are also just watching closely where some of this legislation goes, but just support everything that Ms. Zerga has said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walkenhorst. Anybody have any questions of Jack? All right, thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Next, I have on my list, Toby Johansson. Please go ahead. You're muted right now. Introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Toby Johansson. I am the president of the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, thank you for the time to speak today. And I'll try not to echo what was said before with Ms. Zerga and Mr. Walkenhorst. But some of my comments are very similar to that. If the state moves forward and tries to use the unified network, it really truly does negate a lot of the investments that the member companies from Wyoming Telecommunications Association have already invested in. I actually personally work for RT Communications. Our one company has invested well over $100 million in the state trying to upgrade fiber infrastructure to the 16 towns that we cover. And our other member companies are very similar in that regard as far as the amount of investments that they have also worked hard on. And it's not to state that, you know, we don't recognize the fact that the state of Wyoming does need some additional broadband in some places, but most of those places are not the Telecommunications Association members. We really, truly are doing an excellent job in a lot of those areas. And to that end, we had heard that there were some concerns with medical facilities and whatnot. So we took it upon ourselves to do a survey. And you saw the results of that survey from the letter that we sent out. And we actually contacted all of the hospitals and clinics in all of our areas. And you know, some of the questions that we ended up asking were, number one, are your broadband needs being met to your satisfaction? And I recognize this is only the companies within our serving areas because that is what we actually have control of. We have branched out to some of the areas outside, but in those areas, every single customer that we talked to said, yes, our broadband needs are being met to their satisfaction. And same thing with both hospitals and clinics. And one of the other questions that we asked was, do you feel that your broadband is overpriced? And out of the 41 recipients, all but one said, no, it's not overpriced. One of them did say that they would prefer to have a cheaper price. So my whole point in bringing this up is the fact that we recognize that there is a need in the state in some areas, but you know, we have continued to invest in the state, and it isn't necessarily that the telecommunications companies, or I should say our member companies that are having a lot of these difficulties. I mean, you look at some of our serving areas, we've got 100% fiber to many towns. And that can't be said in a lot of towns in the state of Wyoming. I understand that. But, you know, to stay solution oriented, I would probably echo what Ms. Zerga said in the fact that we should focus these dollars and our attention on the areas that aren't served, instead of possibly penalizing some of us that have worked quite hard to serve in these areas.
Thank you for your comments. I'd have one question. So on the part of the unified network proposal where it talks about community center being allowed to utilize the unified network, you know, is that really going to diminish the investments you've made in those communities if it's just simply to a community center to Wi-Fi, some kind of have a hotspot?
I can't say that it would. And on that same note, a number of our companies, mine included, already provide free Wi-Fi in downtown Thermopolis and the community centers in Worland and all of downtown Newcastle. We are already on our own, at our own expense, doing exactly that.
Thank you for that service, but I'm not sure that's done everywhere by all providers, but thank you.
And we recognize, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we recognize that exact fact, which is exactly why we say, you know, we would really like to see this focused on the areas that don't have that level of service.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Johansson? If not, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Next on our list is Jason Hendricks. There you are, Jason. Thank you. Please tell us who you are and who you represent.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Jason Hendricks, the Chief Government Relations Officer for the Range companies. Again, that's Range, RT, DTE, and ACT. and we provide broadband throughout the state, in a number of areas in the state. I don't want to repeat everything that was said previously, but I do want to comment on a few things. I thought Ms. Urga did a great job providing the background on the unified network. In short, we're concerned about the use of the unified network being used to compete with our service. Almost from the moment it was created, there have been entities trying to get onto that network and have the state provide service that private entities are providing. And so it is a real concern. Maybe we're a bit sensitive, but we seem to hear something along these lines every year. And in fact, what Representative Lindholm read on the new ETS language, even that seems to be broader in focus than what the unified network was originally intended to be. It talks in there about the use of the unified network to provide voice services, VoIP services to agencies. And I think that's probably beyond the original intent. So I want to look at that language and consider it some more. My comments are mostly with respect to the use of the unified network. As Mr. Johansson talked about, we haven't heard of any telehealth problems specifically related to hospitals and clinics with respect to adequate broadband or not being adequate broadband in the areas that we serve. In fact, we've had positive feedback on the services we provide to healthcare providers. And even more specifically, expenditures of the CARES money are supposed to be related to COVID-19 related projects. And we haven't heard anything with respect to the pandemic, the current emergency, of there being problems. So I think that we're doing a good job. So I appreciate the comments of members of the task force during Ms. Zerga's testimony about trying to tighten some of this language up, and the intent not being maybe is what our original concerns would be. But my testimony is with respect to the language as currently written, and the way it's currently written, to me, it looks like I hate to use a cliche, but it strikes me as a solution in search of a problem. We just haven't heard of problems, and so, like I talked about last week, if there are problem areas, let's identify them and let's look for private solutions that target those specific needs rather than just something general that can have a lot of bad results down the road. So again, solutions that incentivize private investment should be preferred. And the way that the bill reads now, it expands state government and competition with private providers. And again, that would chill private investment. So last week, there was discussion of SD-WAN, and what that means is just software-defined wide area network. In a nutshell, it basically allows any entity with a broadband connection to virtually connect with any other entity with a broadband connection. So the entities themselves don't have to be physically connected. You can use the software to virtually connect them. And there are a lot of private solutions out there. And so if there's a need, perhaps for certain entities to be connected rather than doing it physically via the unified network, we could do it SD-WAN, and we as private entities could help be part of that solution. If there's funding associated with it that's needed by certain hospitals or clinics, maybe state dollars could be used to help subsidize that. But again, I think private broadband providers can be a solution for that type of service. So in general, and one other point on that, this would lead to increased budget over time. This isn't just a one-time expense if the unified network is used. There would be additional expenses over time, which should be considered, especially in today's budget environment. So for those reasons, I'd recommend that section be deleted and related language, or as offered, let's tighten this up in some manner, but that section is a big concern. I would also echo Ms. Virga's comments and concerns with respect to the YDOT section as well. And so let's try to find some fixes to that. Lastly, I talked last week about the FCC telehealth money that's being made available, and how I hadn't seen any Wyoming hospital or clinic ask for any of that money. But 2 days later, after I spoke, there was an approval provided by the FCC. And so I'm going to read this to you because there was a question about it this morning. Representative Lindholm asked about the FCC telehealth dollars. So it's a short little blip, so I'll just go ahead and read it. And again, this was on June 10th. St. John's Health in Jackson, Wyoming was awarded $57,499 for a telehealth platform subscription, network upgrades, laptop computers, tablets, and video conferencing equipment, so medical staff can connect with greater numbers of patients at home or in remote clinics, limiting unnecessary travel and reducing potential exposure to the COVID-19 virus. So, the point being, there are federal dollars out there for clinics that may need it, specifically related to COVID-19. And it sounds like maybe some more folks are applying for that, but just wanted to point that out, and just as an update to what I spoke about last week. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Are there any questions of Mr. Hendricks? Not. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your time and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Aaron Sato. Aaron, you're muted, and there you go. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume everybody can hear me okay now.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Great. Well, I won't continue to beat a dead horse. I believe that Ms. Zerga and Mr. Hendricks and everybody else have really shared some of my thoughts. I'll spare you. I had a very eloquent testimony that I was going to share with everybody. But unfortunately, you won't get to hear the whole thing today. So I'm sorry for that, but I would be happy to email it to you if you'd like to read it. I will share just a couple of things. Again, I'm Aaron Sopko. I am the Vice President and General Manager for Advanced Communications Technology. We're based out of Sheridan. We are part of the Range family. We're the competitive arm of that family of companies. We construct fiber network throughout the state of Wyoming. We've actually constructed from essentially Billings, Montana, all the way down, and we have network all the way into Denver, Colorado, and throughout the state of Wyoming. As part of that network, as I discussed, I believe last week, we have the opportunity to pass a number of different communities, small to large, including, Sheridan, Buffalo, Casper, Gillette, Cheyenne, Douglas, and everything in between. As we do that, we are one of the companies that Liz and others have talked about that consider investments into those communities where we may be able to construct fiber into a community to serve a hospital or a healthcare facility. We serve a large portion of the circuits on the unified network. And I do have to say, we've had a fantastic relationship with the state over the years. As we've competed for those circuits on the unified network, it's allowed us to construct to other areas of communities and invest in communities as we've landed circuits on the unified network. And when we do that at no cost to those other facilities that we build to. We do that in hopes that we may be able to sell them services or compete for services that would allow us to recover that investment. As a competitive company, we don't take high cost support and things like that. We basically put inventory in the ground and hope to sell it, and allows us to recover that investment and obviously make money to continue reinvesting in communities as we go along. So again, not to spend too much time on areas that were already covered, but Ms. Zerga said, you know, that the challenge for us is that if we've constructed to, say, a hospital or a healthcare facility, and all of a sudden they have no need for the services that they've subscribed to because they're able to get their internet or their voice services over that unified network, that truly it has a significant impact on our ability to recover those investments. And then unfortunately, it puts us in a position to really assess whether those investments are, you know, make true business sense. So we don't want to be in that position. So we hope that you know, the state sees its way clear to allow us as communications experts to work hand in hand with those healthcare providers and with others to solve their issues. That said, I did want to just bring up a couple of things. You know, I think there was a comment earlier, Mr. Chair, on bringing telehealth folks together to the table to discuss options. And I don't know, I think that it was mentioned as almost a failure on the communications company's part. And I would like to say, you know, and I can't speak for all communications companies in the state, though I have to believe, because we have very close working relationships with them and know them very well. I have to believe that we've all probably as an industry have reached out and really are interested in working with them to resolve their challenges that they face from a telehealth perspective, whether it be a cloud solution like an SD-WAN, or whether it be a network similar to that of a unified network, whatever that is. I'm ready to sit at the table, as I'm sure Ms. Sessions and others are as well, to discuss what those needs are, what they hope to accomplish, what the actual challenges are, and come to a solution as partners, rather than, you know, this, you know, industry pitted, what it feels like industry pitted against healthcare or the state. That's not the case. We want to work with them directly. I also happen to be the one that was discussed earlier that has reached out to some of the healthcare providers and have not had success in getting return messages or phone calls. I'm not going to out anybody, but if I would be happy to follow up with whoever would like to share what those communications have been and that, so that maybe we can get everybody to the table to do that. Beyond that, I think there was a question earlier, and it was well addressed, I think, by Representative Yen about our internet backbone. And I would say, you know, we provide the backbone to all of our companies. As ACT provides the Range family internet backbone, we also provide backbone to a number of other internet service providers in the state. And I can say for certain that we do have very significant capacity out there. We actually have 3 routes out to the internet, all diverse, so that if one were to go down, we still have failover to another 2. We operate our own internet exchange within the state of Wyoming, actually in Cheyenne, where we have a tier 1 provider located right in the state. That's an option for some as well. So I don't think the internet backbone is an issue. I think really the issue is just probably more a lack of communications between us as providers and the healthcare providers. And as I said, I'm just here today to ask for the opportunity to address those issues and those challenges directly and without competition from the state. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate your time and the time of the task force. I know that you've all spent quite a bit of time now together, and we certainly appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. I do have a question. Since you are since you bid on circuits within the unified network, and maybe you can enlighten me. So let's say that your company was hooked up to a hospital now, just for an example, and the state expanded the unified network to that facility. Would that be completely different fiber in the ground, or would you just be the one bidding on that? You would just be bidding on that circuit, right? And you would already have fiber in the ground.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We would be Most of the time when we bid a circuit, just based on the type of company ACT is, we're in a facility that has options. So we come as an option, maybe, the local ILEC is already in there, maybe the cable provider, which is great. It brings competition, it improves services, drives down costs, etc. But yes, you are correct, Mr. Chairman. We would utilize the fiber that we have in there, and we would simply bid that to the unified network. If they are an existing customer, I guess where our concern comes in is once they are attached to that unified network, we may already be providing voice services, internet services, and other related services to that hospital, where we could lose all of those other services to simply provide a single circuit into that hospital, which would obviously impact the revenue that we're getting from that one customer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions of Mr. Sopko? Not, thank you. I appreciate your time and your patience waiting for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and everybody else. Thanks.
You bet. Next on our list is Jody Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I can hear you.
Great. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Zerga outlined a number of the concerns that certainly Charter has expressed about this bill, so I'm not going to repeat her testimony. I'll just indicate that we agree very much with the concerns that she outlined. There are just a few other elements that I do want to hit on. Page 6, Mr. Fuller already flagged this for you. There, again, this is the use of the word telecommunications company instead of broadband provider. I think he referenced that as a technical correction, and we appreciate that. Page 19, lines 13 through 14, this is the latency issue again. So we'd ask that the committee consider some language in that regard around, I think in the last bill you used an 80% threshold. So we would request language around that. And then really, Mr. Chairman, the concerns with the language beginning on page 27 with WyoLink. I also represent Verizon, and I did speak with Verizon about this and whether this is an opportunity. And at this point, I would just say it's unknown if it's an opportunity or not. They really have to look at a facilities map to understand where they already provide service, to know if utilizing these towers would be an opportunity. The one predominant concern with additional towers being built is the ongoing maintenance and operation of those towers. Technology is not stagnant, it's dynamic. So there will be constant upgrades, constant investment into the network. The current system does not have a long-term funding source. And that's been a very active conversation at the legislature. It's one that both of my clients are engaged in as well, trying to kind of work with a coalition to identify a long-term funding solution. So when you talk about an expansion of WyoLink, that could further exacerbate the long-term funding question of just how do you provide for the ongoing maintenance and upgrade. So I don't want to say that it's not an opportunity, but I do want to say it's probably very difficult and premature to know whether you would actually get lease money off of those towers.
All right, thank you, Ms. Levin. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Levin? Not, thanks, Jody. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda, I can't remember if Brett Glass. Yep, there he is. He was wanting to speak to this one too. So, Mr. Glass, you're muted, Mr. Glass.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Mr. Glass. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'd like to echo a few of Liz's remarks, but then go on to talk about some other things. I think that I think that the provisions are generally good. I agree with the concerns that have already been voiced about elimination of anchor tenants if the state competes with private providers. On the other hand, unlike Ms. Zerger's clients, my company would be very, very interested in using existing Y-dot towers along the highways. We serve a lot of local communities. Our specialty is the last mile, not long haul communications. And so for us, being able to use those towers would help us to get into some areas which are really underserved or unserved. So yes, we're very interested in that. We think that whatever happens to the provisions regarding healthcare providers, that should remain. As for backbone access, our company could definitely use a less expensive backbone access. We have world-class access, but it comes at a very heavy cost to us. We can pay, in some cases, $3 per megabit per second per month for some of our bandwidth, and that's way too much especially compared to what people can get in cities. And we have to pass the cost on just to stay solvent. You know, we have to pass this on to customers. We'd like to be able to give them more for less. And if there is conduit along the state highways, if there are other ways that we can partner in order to reduce those the cost of backbone bandwidth, we can pass that on to our customers. Anyway, there is also a provision that I'd like to recommend, and I've sent this to a couple of members of the committee. I'd like to recommend adding to the bill. I'd like to see if it's possible to add a provision for peering with the state and university networks by private providers. And this is something I think that the other private providers will support as well. Currently, when a user on my network wants to communicate with the University of Wyoming or the state government, or one of the community colleges, the traffic has to go out through the internet backbone and then back into the state network. We have a professor, and for a while, and the university right now is still doing everything remotely and having Zoom meetings. When a professor on our network wants to get to the university, the packet comes into our network, goes out to the internet backbone, goes to Chicago, and then hops onto the internet backbone and comes back over Internet 2 to the University of Wyoming. When a customer of Charter Communications in Wyoming gets on their cable modem and wants to do the same thing, that packet goes to Missoula, then it goes to Seattle, and then it gets on Internet 2 and comes back to the university. There's no reason for the packets to go all the way around Robin Hood's barn and come back. It just doesn't make sense when we can peer, which means establish a direct connection with one another. And so I've already sent the language along to a couple of members of the committee. I'd like to propose that we add language to the bill providing for the possibility of peering. This would not compete with other providers because it would because internet traffic would still go out through the network through the regular channels as before. But when someone in our town in Laramie, Wyoming, is communicating with the University of Wyoming right up the street, the packet can go directly to the University of Wyoming up the street, and it can do that no matter which provider they have. So this is something which would be fair. I've sent the draft language along. I can read it out. I can read it out loud if you'd like. But this is something I would really like to see. Also, one more thing. I see that this bill provides for a working group to discuss some of these provisions. I'd like to volunteer for that working group because I think it's important that small providers and wireless providers like me have a voice in that. Anyway, I'll stand for questions, and if you'd like, I can speak to the specific language I've proposed.
Speaker Harshman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Glass, thank you for hanging with us all day. Just maybe educate us a little bit on peering and the advantage. Obviously, it sounds to me as a layperson it'd be speed, but then also cost. I guess you're not having to jump on somebody else's highway.
Yes,
they work for the average. And I'll just go through the chairman, but how would that work for the average Wyoming person?
Mr. Glass.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, that is true. It would save some money. Not a tremendous amount of money compared to some other things, but it would save money, and it would definitely provide speed. It would definitely provide lower latency. we can get that sub-millisecond access, the latency straight into, say, the university network when a student wants to access a class. And this does relate, unlike some of the other provisions, this one definitely relates to COVID-19, because right now the students are taking their classes remotely, and UW has talked about plans to reopen, but they say what they're going to do is have the classes at the beginning of the semester be live, but then have everyone go home and finish up their classes over the net. So by that time, we'd like to give them a way to do that effectively. LCCC, same deal. The state employees on our network who are working remotely, same thing. This would improve performance. It would save money, and it's just this is the way the internet started. The internet started because networks peered and connected directly to one another when it didn't make sense to go out through a third-party provider. We just be fulfilling the original intent and the original way the internet worked.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Representative Yin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Glass, I just maybe clarify for the other members of the committee, and please tell me if I'm wrong or just say that I'm right. When you're talking about peering, you're not saying allowing transit access through the unified network from one peer through the network to another peer. You're talking about government entities in the unified network, such as the schools, the university, etc., having immediate access to the networks, the other networks in the state. So whether it's RT, Silver Star, or whatever. So we're not, for example, going through Silver Star's access through Seattle when you're doing a Zoom call from Laramie to Alpine. You're actually just going from Laramie through the unified network into Silver Star, and then the Zoom call is much lower latency and also costs less for both the provider and the government. Is that correct?
Representative Yin, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Glass?
Yes?
Mr. Glass? You
Thank
got to
you.
go through me first. Thank you.
Yes, okay, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Representative Yin. In any case, I am not for the moment talking about peering between the local providers in the state, but rather just having these peering links handle traffic between the providers and entities on the state network, such as the university, state government, the community colleges. Now, it is possible in conjunction with this for the providers to peer with one another, and I think that would be a very good thing as well. But this might pave the way for such arrangements as well, but that's not what I'm talking about now. I'm strictly talking about connections between ISPs and state entities.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. Any other questions of Mr. Glass? If not, thank you for your time. Appreciate you sticking around.
Yes.
Thank you. The next person on our list is Eric Boley. Eric, I think you're live, maybe.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, Eric Boley with the Wyoming Hospital Association and Leading Age Wyoming. And it's not like hospitals to get involved in a controversial topic, so I'm glad this is an easy one today. You know, I apologize. I'm kind of late to the party here. You guys listened to a draft of this bill a week ago, and I wasn't even aware that the unified network was going to be considered, and I was actually in meetings with the governor and his task force that week, that day, trying to take care of some of the COVID things that are going on. And I would tell you, I'm not sure where hospitals were. I wasn't in this position when the unified network was stood up, and when the statutes were put in place, and so I'm not even sure why hospitals. Well, I have a better understanding after listening to the testimony why hospitals were excluded when the statutes were put in place. I would tell you that the unified network has come up in several different locations and different times around the state as we've talked about telehealth and possible solutions. It's not a Wyoming Medical Center specific problem. It's not a Wyoming Behavioral Institute problem. It's not a Natrona County issue. I've heard from providers across the state that they think that the unified network might be a potential solution to help us increase our capacity and access to care around our state, and to create a stronger telehealth platform. I'm not sure it's the answer though, and my members are not sure that the unified network is absolutely the answer. I think it's a tool in a toolbox, like has been discussed today. A couple of years ago, when this first came up, I think that a lot of the infrastructure and the things that were needed to have a robust telehealth network working within our state were not available. I will tell you, and you know, Chairman Summers, I'm from over in that neck of the woods, and so the All Wests and the Silver Stars and the unions, they're so important to those communities over there, and they're important clients of the hospitals in those areas and their partners. We have no intention of cutting them out, and we don't want to hurt them in any possible way. We've heard of models. Down in Colorado is a great example where they have something similar to our unified network, and the private providers were able to lease or access unified network and still receive funds from the healthcare providers, so that it didn't impact their financial models. I don't know if that's the solution. I really think what I've learned more than anything today, and I think that some of the presenters earlier have done a really good example, or made a good example, is that we don't know what we don't know. And you have a great resource there on your committee, your task force with Canyon. And I'm going to go back to what I said earlier in the first bill, is I think that we need to get everybody together at the table. And I hear agreement, and I hear a need for cooperation, so that we can figure out exactly what the problems are, and so we can come up with solutions. I would advise, or at least encourage, to leave the unified network on the table as a potential tool. But I don't think at this point we can say that that is the solution to everything. I just think that it's got to be one of the things we may consider. There are a couple of parts of the bill that I think might need some tweaking if we move forward with the hospital and the healthcare provider part of this. On page 4, there's talk about rural health clinics, but there's really no mention of actual physician clinics, and there is a distinction in those two. And I think that as we try to build a robust telehealth network in the state, if we're going to allow access to unified network, and I'm not advocating for that at this point, but if we are, we need to include physician clinics, not just rural health clinics, because there's a very big distinction between those. Even a lot of our hospitals own clinics that are not rural health clinics, and they may be on or off site, and they would not be captured in this proposed legislation. The other concern that I have is on page 6, in the subparagraph 4. It talks about the fact that if we are allowed to utilize the unified network, that it can only be for telehealth. And I would also encourage you, it should be telehealth instead of telemedicine. That's telehealth, I think, is a more appropriate terminology. But if we do allow healthcare providers to access unified network for telehealth, the only access they can use that for is for telehealth. And I think what you're going to do is going to create some situations in hospitals and other healthcare settings where you're actually going to increase their workload. I don't know how they're going to split out what's actually being used for telehealth off of their internet service and what's being used for other businesses. And so I think you're actually going to create jobs and create some uncertainty or some difficulties there. And so I think it's something that needs to be considered. I've met with, like I said earlier, I've met with Ms. Zerga, I've met with Ms. Levine, I've met with several people. We've met with Union Telephone, and I know what they're doing up in your neck of the woods, the fiber optic loop they're putting in there, and their plans to expand across the state. And we applaud them for the work that they're doing, and we're anxious to see where it leads. But our conversations, I think we're all in agreement that we all need to come to the table. We all need to talk about this, and we need to sit down sooner than later and start working on solutions. And I go back to the Wyoming Telehealth Network. I think it's the ideal location for that working group or whatever, the committee or whatever is included in this draft legislation. But I think that that's the ideal place for us all to meet. We already have a lot of buy-in from around the state to help us come up with solutions. And with that, I'm not going to bore you anymore. I'll take any questions that you might have, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Eric. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Mr. Boley, when it comes down to your hospitals that you represent, have any of them approached private industry about expanded needs? You know if that has happened, and if so, what has been the response? And if not, why not?
Mr. Boley, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lindholm, I know there's a lot of conversation going on around the state, and I think it varies, but I think that a lot of the companies have been very responsive. You know, one of the big issues I think that it was addressed in the first bill, and that we've had problems with is the last mile connection a lot of times. The other thing that I'm not as familiar with, and this is another area I think where communication could be better. When I hear from one of the providers that they actually surveyed all of the hospitals in their area that they service, and that they're happy with the service they're providing, it would be nice to be included in that. And I think that's where this central location for us all to meet and talk about solutions are. But I do think that for the most part, providers of telecom have tried to be as helpful as they can. And I think we've made great strides, like I indicated earlier. I think we're so much further down the road than we were 2 years ago. But I still think that there are areas that we can improve in and increase broadband and other services so that we can provide better access to care.
Is there any other questions of Mr. Boley? Senator Landon, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to jump in, but I will now. Based on the co-chairman's question, let me flip that a little bit. Mr. Boley, you used to be a CEO of a hospital here in Wyoming, and wouldn't there be reluctance? I mean, if you're paying a $10,000 bill per month for your internet access, there's probably going to be some reluctance to expand what you're doing because there'll be a cost involved with that. Will there not? And so anything that you would reach out for would probably cost. And so this whole notion of healthcare network not reaching out, it's a cost-based issue, is it not?
Mr. Boley?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, it's definitely a consideration. And, you know, I think prices have adjusted. And, you know, I'm putting on my CEO hat, and even over the last 6 years, things have changed drastically, and access to fiber and other things has become better. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that this task force may or may not know, but hospitals and healthcare providers, we've been hammered the last several years over the cost of healthcare. And so we're always looking at ways that we can try and keep the cost down. And so I think all those need to be considered. But then on the flip side, we're tasked with trying to provide services to everyone in every place. And usually the hospitals in our communities are the only ones that can provide that care. And so it's a balancing act. But yeah, obviously, you ask a great question. Obviously, as we increase service and as we increase bandwidth or whatever it might be, it always comes with a cost. And I know the telecom companies have tried to address that, but it's still a big concern for us.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I heard a number get put out there, and I honestly don't know what the bill looks like for a hospital to pay for broadband service. Could you give me and the committee an idea of what those bills look like?
Mr. Boley, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lindholm, it's obviously going to vary on the size of the facility and what they're offering. I could use an example of the critical access hospital I used to run. I think we were paying $7,500 a month, if I remember right. We didn't even have fiber in at that time. We had copper, I think, is what we had running there, and Cat 6 through the building. But you know, we weren't doing a whole lot of telemedicine. We were sending medical images to radiologists that were in Jackson and doing some other things. I did question my membership to try and find out, you know, what some of the big issues really are right now. And And I really thought they were going to tell me the last mile was the biggest barrier that they had, but it seems like a lot of that's been addressed to a certain degree. But it's just the monthly fees that that seem to be the big concern right now. And I mean, that's the reality of it. It's pretty expensive for them. It's a large overhead expense.
Mr. Boley, thank you for your comments. Are there any other questions of Mr. Boley? If not, thank you again. Thank you for your time. Thanks for hanging around.
Thanks, John.
And I think with that, we only have one other commenter, and that's Sean Taylor. And Brian, did Sean want to come on? I assume not for this issue.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding from him was that he was just interested in commenting at the end about the electric issue.
Very good. So I guess we'll close public comment, and then Speaker Harshman, maybe tell us where we're headed with this bill, or where you would like to head.
Mr. Chairman, I think if we could have Sean Taylor talk about some of that perfecting easements, I think it might help us understand maybe potential amendments to the bill.
Very good. Is Sean Taylor available, Brian?
Mr. Chairman, I'm adding him now.
Hey, Sean, I see you're connecting to audio, so you're not with us yet. There you are.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor.
All right.
Sean, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Good, good. So Speaker Harshman has a question for you.
Well, yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Sorry to put you right on the spot, but I thought, in these conversations that we're all trying to gather information, and on this perfecting these easements, this bill is a big old bill. I mean, it could probably be 3 different bills pretty easily, but if we kind of are getting it ready for a potential special session, a lot of times it's better to kind of, I think, bring these in, a well-worked kind of, instead of 4 or 5 little bills, So that's a little bit of the history on it. So there's some easements on county roads and all that, but I just wanted to kind of, in your world, who you represent, and about what's going on in the country as far as easements, frankly, on power poles, I think is your neck of the woods on this. Just if you had any updates or comments. I think you had a meeting yesterday with some other stakeholders, maybe.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman. Yeah, I jumped on today because I wasn't on last week, and the co-ops and my association were brought up quite a few times in discussing perfecting easements. And so after that, I talked to folks with the Rural Telecom Association, who you've heard from today, talked to Ms. Levin with Charter and others, and Ryan Kudra with the Business Council, and I worked together to pull together a conference call yesterday in fairly short order. And we had those folks that I just mentioned, Charter, CenturyLink, the Rural Telecom folks, representatives from the Farm Bureau and the Stock Growers Association, the Business Council. I might be forgetting a few others. Mr. Kudra took notes, and he could share those with you as well. And we talked about this notion of perfecting rights of ways and using existing easements for broadband deployment, existing electric. Oh, we also had the investor-owned utilities, Rocky Mountain Power and Black Hills were on the call as well, because we were talking about perfecting all electric easements, not just the co-ops. And it was a great start to the conversation, and kind of like what Mr. Bowling was talking about, we all decided and agreed that on this issue, in particular on the easement issue, we're all willing to work together. We do see some potential benefit in some areas, and in other areas it probably won't make sense or won't be a good fix. And again, I hate to use the cliche. I think this could be a tool in your guys' toolbox moving forward. However, we don't know if we would be able to pull anything together before a special session, I guess, depending on when that is. We all kind of agreed that we should keep working together and talking on this, but pulling something together in short order of this magnitude of perfecting easements and making sure landowners' rights are protected. I'm not sure we'd be able to pull that off by the special session. We did all we could probably work on and pull something together for next year's session. So with that, mainly I just wanted to update the committee on our conversation yesterday and who all the players were. And we could invite more to the table. I don't believe Mr. Glass was part of that group yesterday, but we'd be willing to bring him into the fold too, and as we move forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Taylor, thank you. Speaker Harshman, do you have any?
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Taylor, just, kind of, there's several states are way out in front of us on this particular issue, right? And so we're quickly moving from 48th to 50th, I think, but some of those behind us are blowing by us on this. But I guess Wyoming, we don't regulate this as a state, really. It's all, is my limited understanding. Does the FCC do they regulate these pole attachments and have a fixed price for them and those kind of things that we could, because it's my limited understanding, Brian Fuller could help us too, but if we tinker with part of that, then we're going to own it all. And I don't think we want to get into that.
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the FCC does regulate pole attachment fees. And as you and I spoke on the phone the other day, that could be an option to use some of those fees to pay the landowners for access to their easements. I don't know what that fee, how much that fee is. I do have, and Mr. Speaker, a lot of states are moving light speed ahead of us. And I do have a link that I could share with the committee. It's a link of all the states' broadband bills that have been passed in the past probably 5 or 6 years. There's a lot in our world, in the co-op world. There have been a lot of bills passed in states to allow co-ops to get in the business of broadband. For the most part, our folks aren't interested in becoming a provider, but we've always said we're willing to do whatever we can to help current providers, because it helps our members, it helps landowner groups that were on the call yesterday. It helps their folks kind of out in the rural areas to get them out there. And I'd be happy to share that link with the committee so you can kind of take a look at what's been done. And along with allowing co-ops to be in the business, there has been some right-of-way perfecting legislation that have been passed as well. And I put the speaker in touch with one of my counterparts from Missouri, and he's well versed in all of this and could be a resource to the committee moving forward if we wanted to bring him in to just discuss what they've done in Missouri, because they've done both perfecting the rights of ways and allowing co-ops to get into the business, and they're moving ahead pretty fast.
Mr. Taylor, I have a question. In your group discussion yesterday, did internet providers talk about whether they had interest in using poles in my local area when we were trying to I guess trying to get some ideas together to get better internet, and we talked to companies about use of pole. We have, there's poles everywhere, and the thought was if they'd rather plow their own fiber than lease poles, unless it was in towns where it's a much more expensive build, to bore in small towns than it is to use poles. So did they talk about the level of interest in even using rural electric poles?
Mr. Chairman, they did, and it's kind of a mixed bag. We did have one provider that worked with one of our co-ops east of Cheyenne out in the county here. And as they kind of started doing their engineering in this particular area, in this particular co-op, the internet folks realized that the pole spacing was too far apart to support. And so it couldn't to do that, but it was kind of a mixed bag. Some saw it as it could be a huge help. Others thought maybe probably not. So like I said, it's a mixed bag.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Taylor? Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Taylor, kind of walking away from this, then feeling that like they don't want to be in the business, but they're willing to cooperate, say on those rights of ways, things like that. They're willing to help us make that happen.
Mr. Taylor.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader, that's exactly right. I've talked to all of my co-ops over the past couple of years, because we've kind of been, we've had legislators and members that have come to us saying, just recreate what you did, 80 years ago with electricity, recreate that for broadband. And easier said than done. All of our systems, all 11 co-ops in Wyoming have said, we don't want to be in the business, but yes, we want to do what we can to help. And I know there's a couple of examples, I think maybe over in your neck of the woods and over in Representative Lindholm's corner of the state. There have been some examples of where the co-ops have worked with providers.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions for Mr. Taylor? If not, thank you. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you staying on all day.
Yeah,
and
no problem.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So the first thing I want to do, a lot of this bill, I would guess, in different parts is controversial. One question I would ask as we go into this, particularly on CARES Act dollars, and this is just a kind of a round robin discussion. Are there are there pieces of this bill that we probably all can agree is something we could take forward to the governor for a recommendation? So I think of the idea of YDOT plowing down highways where there's no fiber existing today, and having basically getting fiber in the ground on some highways where it doesn't exist if there's a need. That's a question I have out there. Is anybody really opposed to that idea? That was brought up by internet providers. We've talked about it. It's not really in a bill, but it's been, I threw it out as an amendment. I think Speaker Harshman has a similar idea. Curiosity, is anybody opposed to that one in particular? I see a no on that. So Brian, what I'd like you to do is plug that one off to the side. We'll talk about maybe specifics of language, but at least let's put that one in a nugget at the end that we can have for recommendations. And then Speaker Harshman, you were chairman of the subcommittee, and so we can just flat work this bill, which is what I'm willing to do, but I think a lot of things are just going to go down in flames. So do you have any thoughts before I start to do that?
Well, yeah, I think this is part of the process. I wouldn't start, I guess I'd encourage everybody to keep this bill intact, and particularly the parts, let's keep working it. And I think, if you throw it all out now, then then it's over. We're not going to talk about it again for another 5-6 years. Let's keep working this thing, keep all the tools in the toolbox. And if we and keep adjusting it here in the next coming days. And there'll be a time maybe to jettison a few of these things, but I don't think today's the day to do that.
Okay, if I work the bill, we may jettison things if the committee says we're jettisoning them.
Please. Keep it all intact.
So how I'm going to do this is, I think the most immediate needs is what is CARES Act dollars that are recommendations to the governor. I just set aside one I think we can all agree on. The other two that are in there really that would involve CARES Act are the big amendment on WildLink towers. And then we have the other one that is the unified network. And so I think there needs to be some resolution to those. So the only way I know to do this, Senator von Flateren.
I was also going to say we could also agree that the right of way on public roads on federal lands could also be part of that recommendation, the access to public roads.
So Senator von Flateren brings up that issue of trying to get the federal government to provide access, basically to provide a blanket easement on public road rights of ways, particularly highway rights of ways in the state of Wyoming. Is anybody opposed to that piece of it? That's kind of the last chunk of the bill. Not, we'll set that aside, Brian, and put it in that recommendation chunk. And then Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a clarification, did anybody bring up the requiring the construction of broadband infrastructure in conjunction with road construction? Did anybody bring that up as a recommendation of the governor? I think that's fairly uncontroversial.
Representative Lindholm, I know when the director of YDOT spoke last time, he hinted that yes, we could do this when we build a road, put conduit in, the one build idea, and I'm in favor of it. But he really said, if you really want to get something done, just direct me to build it, and to build it where you think we need it, where there isn't fiber. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't go down that path, but because it's a more long-term, depending on whether you just want to do it with CARES dollars or whether that's a long-term policy of the state of Wyoming. I think if it is a long-term policy, then it could be more controversial. But so the one dig, Speaker Harshman.
Yeah, I think another recommendation that's an easy deal to implement with CARES money, could be done immediately, and it's an equipment buy, is really these Wi-Fi community access points. We have schools in there, along with fire districts and community centers. I think you just buy the equipment and make every school in Wyoming be some kind of access point. And I don't know, we can only speak for our own. Some are probably already there. But most in my community, I mean, even if you're parked right next to the building, it's pretty sketchy. I mean, it's designed to shoot the internet inside, not anything around the campus. And so I think, I know there's requests out there for devices for every child, but I think you're going to have access to it at some point after school hours. And, all these states we talk about, some have used churches, some have used fire halls, some have used schools or libraries, those kind of things. But that to me, the backbone, everything's already there. It's buying a little more equipment with this money.
So does anybody, Representative Lindholm?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to, and I'm not trying to pull this out or anything. I think we keep working it, but that portion is controversial to me. And I don't think it's figured out because the fire district language that's currently used in there. I do think we're sectioning off a whole group of areas that do not have an actual district set up.
So I wonder if Speaker Harshman was not just talking about just schools.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly right. The other controversial parts, fire districts, fire halls, fire departments, communities, municipal community centers, or county municipal community centers, I should say. And this is all on page 3 of the bill. And then it goes into telemedicine. Those are all going to be controversial parts. But I think the school part as a Wi-Fi spot, if you see it in other states, everybody's got a car, and all these cars are parked outside the community center, getting their Wi-Fi with their kid in the car doing their homework. And so I think, I think that's an easy deal where you can just hang a little bit of equipment that can be purchased with this money.
Does anybody have Representative Lindholm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We haven't, so I hate to be controversial myself, but we have not taken any testimony saying that schools even need any kind of a new equipment in this regard. There's nothing saying that they couldn't just have a general access, just create a general access network on their existing router system and be able to provide that right there in the parking lot. I think there's probably some schools that are already doing it. So I guess I don't see the need.
So Representative Lindholm, just so you know, I know in my area, a union came in and actually Silver Star volunteered because our school did not have it. And Union came in and put in their own equipment to Wi-Fi, but the schools did not have that Wi-Fi access in their parking lot. It was added in by an outside entity. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So why are we doing this? If outside entities are willing to pull the trigger and do this, let's put the ask out there, see if they'll do it.
So Representative Lindholm, just to quickly comment back to you on that. I think that was in this emergency that is now, and do we want those entities to have to continue to provide that, or do we provide that as the state? So that's, and Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow up. Yeah, and you covered it. That was an emergency situation, and one of the companies was, well, actually two of the companies started on it. One of them went through, and we appreciated that help. But going forward, we may want to consider that for the schools. That's probably our best answer versus fire halls or community centers.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please go ahead, Senator Wasserberg.
Is this an appropriate time? We did talk at the last meeting about providing Wi-Fi on buses.
Yes, let's talk about that right after we talk about that. What's your thoughts on this issue? Wi-Fi in parking lots. What are you hearing out there in the education world?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the issue is schools would be able to use that, but also it would be, parents are coming to your schools daily. And so it would probably be a very nice thing to have if it's an appropriate usage of CARES dollars. And so one of the things that I think, maybe I'm wrong, but we're experiencing is trying to figure out how to use these dollars. And so if that works, I think it would be a very appropriate usage of money, and I'm hearing good things about doing so.
Thank you. Ms. Hardesty, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess one of the things that I want to go back to specifically, even in the bill with regards to community centers and the testimony we've heard versus the school, what we haven't been focusing on is the patients. And one of the things that we do know that's been reported, that the telehealth network has access to information which we can provide and state, is the concern with providers about their patients having access, what that might look like. And so I think, another way to look at these is these community hotspots, wherever they're provided, also establishes the reach, not for schools, which may not be in this bill that we're talking about. We're talking about telemedicine. We're talking about telehealth. So these community center sites do address a need for patients to be able to access. They might not be able to drive to Denver to receive their specialty care for their kiddo with diabetes, or, treatment for cancer or depression, or insert any condition, but they sure could drive maybe a shorter distance to one of these community facilities. I'm hearing the concern about what those community facilities are. I think that's obviously up for discussion and for continued conversation. But what we haven't heard from is patients, and these community access points from somebody who has that background and experience will be a significant benefit to increasing access to healthcare services. I said Denver, but I don't necessarily want you guys to hear that I'm talking about going to out-of-state providers. I just used it as an example, right? But somebody even in Meeteetse who was being seen by Wyoming Medical Center physicians could still go somewhere in their local community. So I guess I would ask, as we're having conversations about looking at this bill, let's look at it from the patient perspective, as most of our conversation has been about the organizational perspective as well. So just to throw that into the conversation.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And that, Ms. Hardesty, I really appreciate your comments, because it ties into what I was going to try to ask of all of you with regard to the speaker and Senator Wasserberger's thoughts. I love the idea of the buses, by the way, and this whole conversation about the schools, I'm trying to get there, But I wonder, is that going to enhance in any way the ability of our school nurses to provide care for our kids in the schools? And I'm sorry that I'm still at the rudimentary level on a lot of this stuff, but would that in any way, if the state was to invest in it, allow for us to provide better services, better links to our healthcare professionals in the communities out there if we did something at the school level, as the speakers indicated?
Senator Landon, I'm not sure that a Wi-Fi hotspot in a parking lot is going to do that. I think it does do what Ms. Hardesty said, is that it allows community members, whether those are children or not, to perhaps link up with telehealth. And it is something that kind of gets to the, I guess whether people have the money to even have internet in times like this. And if you have some legitimate hotspots in a community, I think it allows people to access education and telehealth and a lot of things that they wouldn't otherwise be able to access. And I'm going to continue on this one idea, which is Wi-Fi hotspots in schools, and then we'll just go to the bill and work it. But Ms. Sessions, I am interested in, industry's view, what your thoughts are personally about, what if we provided the equipment for, it would be Unified Network RAN, but what if we provided the equipment for a Wi-Fi hotspot? What would that look like? What would that do? What do you see that as a benefit, not a benefit? I would like your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would echo a lot of Representative Lindholm's comments. We provide free Wi-Fi access to the majority of our communities, traditionally through more of the community civic center areas. Many of our schools here in Star Valley could simply add a secondary network to their existing wireless services and broadcast some Wi-Fi for their students. Now, it's probably not going to reach parking areas, but it could be done in commons areas. So in our area, I don't see a need for the additional access points. I did have a question as it relates to the healthcare side and if that would create any privacy issues, though.
I don't know if my internet might be the one getting slow now. So the privacy issue is a good one. Ms. Hardesty, do you have any thoughts on whether a Wi-Fi hotspot, is that I suppose that is a hackable thing, right?
Mr. Chair, I'm definitely not the one to ask very specific questions about that. I think that's something that needs to continue to be investigated. Part of it is about the platform in which the patient is tying into, or the family is tying into at the facility, right? So if you're using FaceTime, that looks different than if you're using Teledoc, or you might be using Zoom for healthcare, right? So it's more about that, that kind of what individuals are connecting into, that their providers are offering as well. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sessions.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was more related to like the location that a patient might be going to access some of these healthcare or telehealth facilities. If I probably wouldn't go to a community center or a school parking lot to have a physical done or a doctor's visit.
Ms. Hardesty, I guess that's the question. Would you do a telehealth visit in a car? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Ms. Sessions, I think the issue is that what it looks like for us all to have access is different, right? Some individuals may not have the choice about where they're able to secure their telehealth visit. I mean, part of it's about billing, where a patient can be at the time of service. HIPAA secure connections via the actual technology is different than HIPAA compliant. There's lots of best practices that are coming out that are notifications to patients to say, as a telehealth encounter is occurring, you need to be aware of your surroundings, right? So if I having a mental health visit and my 6-year-old kiddo is over here playing Legos, I'm accepting that risk. And so those questions are more about personal choice and the provision of healthcare, and providing a hotspot or a location in somewhere in the community significantly could increase access to patient level care, by which they then would have the choice, right? Even if they don't have access to the hotspot, that means they may not have access to healthcare at all. So, I think there's all kinds of balances to have the discussion about, but truly from a where an individual engages in a telehealth encounter, even if they're at a Starbucks joining on their wireless, ends up being a patient choice and a discussion they have with their provider. But it's a really, really good point, to bring up in the larger responsibility to maintain confidentiality and privacy. So,
Senator Dockstader, did you have a question?
Well, just as a follow-up, we're into telehealth now, but Mr. Chairman, I'm thinking we got to be careful with our companies. They've already done the fiber, the circuits and all of that. We heard that very strongly in testimony. But there's talk, and maybe Senator Wasserberger can step in here, and there's talk about maybe helping some of our rural schools with some hotspots and things like that. It just seems like that might be under our direction to take care of that, because we're helping our whole educational system across the state.
Agreed. So I hear some dissenting views, and Representative Lindholm, I'm going to go away from this because we don't have complete consensus, and then I'm just going to go through the bill. But I am going to go to Senator Wasserberger's. Does anybody have the idea, or does anybody have any issue with the hotspots and buses if we try to use some CARES Act dollars for that? Ms. Sessions.
Not really a dissent, just a comment that the hotspots will only be as good as the cellular coverage that you're providing them with.
And just a note, I think agree I know in my one district, they already have them in their buses where they could get on the routes that they get service. I'm not sure we gain a lot, but I don't know that we may gain some. So does anybody have an issue with it? Doesn't look like it is. So Brian, put that down on the list. And so now I'm just going to start through the bill. And so I guess, is there a motion on the bill to move the bill? It's been moved by Speaker Harshman. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Von Flateren. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this bill page by page, and I've got a rainstorm out here, so if you hear it, that's what you're hearing in the background. Mr. Fuller, if you have any notes, please let me know. And so I'm going to go right to page 2, and that is the beginning of the unified network. And so I'm going to assume that Representative Lindholm has his hand up.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to propose to jerk that out of the legislation at this time. I am wholly against it. And I plan on pulling it out next time, but just as a process to get this through and kind of get the bill cleaned up, I'm going to keep my repealers to myself for now.
Okay, Speaker Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just clarification, is that wholly W-H-O-L-L-Y or H-O-L-Y or both?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I view it as a wholly, as in sacrosanct, against who I am to allow that to go forward. So that's why I'm behaving right now. It's
Mr. Chairman, it sounds like the wholly unholy 2/3 requirement too.
So from the chairman's perspective on this, we will not take this forward, this section forward to the governor for any kind of recommendation, because we do not have a consensus in this group to do so yet. And so that's either we vote this thing up or down, or it's not going in as a recommendation to the governor. So that's my deal. Speaker Harshman, you got any issue with that?
No, are we going to work? Then we'll decide most of that when we work the bill, and then you'll reaffirm the list so we know what's on the list and make sure we got a chance to add to.
Okay, I'm once again, I am not going to put the unified network piece into the recommendations for the governor. We're going to simply work this bill to move it on to another meeting at another time. And if there's pieces in this bill that we want to pull out as recommendations to the governor to take to him in the next couple of weeks, then we'll pull them out like we did those things that we've already pulled out where we had good consensus. So I'm going on to page 3. Does anybody have any additions, corrections to page 3? Page 4.
Can you slow
Mr.
down?
Fuller.
Can you slow down just a little bit? You know, I was wondering.
Mr. Fuller, I want to get Mr. Fuller's just a second.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to defer to the speaker first.
No, go ahead and you give us what you got, and while he's thinking, he's reading.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I was going to note was the discussion on the fire protection districts and the question of whether, you know, in addition to that term, a more generic term like, for example, fire departments should be included in that based on some of the earlier discussion.
Mr. Fuller, I appreciate that. And I'm going to go with Representative Lindholm. Even though you hate this whole section, please provide us some language that at least provides clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think probably the places in the state that don't have fire districts probably want nothing to do with this part of the state, or this part of the bill. So no, I'm just joking. I think that's actually a good recommendation by Mr. Fuller in regards to inputting fire departments also. And that would take into consideration city fire departments and county fire departments. So it would clean it up. And I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Landon. All those in favor, raise their hand. Motion is passed. Now, Representative Speaker Harshman.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was gonna make an amendment on that, but I'm just gonna hold off. I'll wait till maybe our next meeting on that, on page 3.
Okay, is there anything on page 4? There was concern, I know, expressed about the definitions on healthcare, but we may not end up with this, so I'm not sure. Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, I think just in all the areas where it says telemedicine starting on line 2, should be telehealth, I think and there's several other spots I think that Brian knows about. That'd be my motion.
There is second to that, seconded by Senator Von Flateren. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise their hand. Motion carries. Page 5.
Mr. Chairman.
Are there any? Speaker Harshman.
Yeah, back on page 4 on line 18, on rural health clinic is number 4. Number 5, I propose that number 5 would be physician clinics. That came from some of our testimony today.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Hardesty. Was that correct, Ms. Hardesty? Did I see you raise your hand?
Well, Mr. Chair, I was gonna, amend what you're saying. Instead of physician clinics, broaden that to be healthcare provider, because this could include social work, counseling, podiatry, which then speaks to the clarifying the definition, what a healthcare provider is, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do this in the seconding process, but
I
I'd
think
like to put it out as a
that's
suggestion.
perfect. I think that's perfect. That's really what we want.
Yeah, I think the mover decided that was a good choice. So any discussion, all those in favor of that, raise your hand. Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Speaker.
Got, another one I want to talk to the committee about. It's really about, in Management Council, we tasked the Education Committee with the school telehealth. We already have the unified network. It's not an access issue, but I don't know how that works. I mean, it's just not an area that I deal in. I know Gillette has this going, the state of Arkansas. Every school's hooked up to telemedicine, and it's just a convenience, cost saving thing for parents, the kids, everybody. And I'm just wondering if that's a number 6 in this bill. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary, if it's a different part of the statute or what, but it's an issue I think that we want to think about and bring statewide really.
So maybe if Mr. Fuller just notes that issue and finds out a little bit more information on it, and we bring it back to the next meeting when we work this bill, then we'll have a little more. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a hard time seeing how that would be coronavirus related. I mean, I understand the teleeducation and the telehealth aspect, because you got to do that from a remote location, but providing telehealth at the school doesn't seem like or at least it doesn't seem to be a niche for me. I think under normal times that would probably work, but I don't know. And maybe I'm missing something.
Thank you. Ms. Hardesty.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Lindholm, I think if we think about practices for social distancing, providing telehealth at a school that actually prevents the student from going into another clinic or being seen in another place, because there can be some evaluation and consultation either about symptoms or medications or those sorts of pieces. I would argue that evidence shows that the more access points we're able to create, especially in a time of social distancing, the more kind of public health and protected pieces that we're doing. I mean, and definitely, you're right, over the long term, asthma and diabetes and some of those things that can be managed in collaboration with a primary care provider are a benefit in the long term, but definitely in the short term, to keep, students in schools versus in emergency rooms or primary care providers would be a significant, issue that this would address related to COVID.
Thank you. We'll bring that back for further discussion. Anything else on page 4? Page 5. I'm kind of relying on people having done their homework before right now. So if you don't have changes, and Mr. Fuller, once again, if you recall anything as we go through here, please let me know. Page 5. Page 6.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's really that alternative language we talked about as a subcommittee, and it would start really it's in Romanet 3 on line 4. And really the way it reads now is that any expansion of the unified network, that you would allow the private provider to lay their own conduit while you're doing that. I think we would like to actually incentivize that more. I mean, if we're talking about expanding the network, and you've heard the concerns of industry, I would suggest that it's more in the staff comment that and I'd like to even make it more specific, that we include that any access under this section on line 6 shall, then you delete, provide the option for broadband, shall include fiber in the construction, and then Brian will have to work it. But I'd like to give these, a 96 strand for 20 years to the private provider with 5-year check-ins. If we're going to move into some of these community centers and healthcare, and you have this tension, you got to also give them some incentive as well, and give them some basically free fiber for 20 years that they can, and then it encourages more expansion down the street where it's running. So.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there any second on it?
Oh yeah, this is the best motion of the whole day. I know industry would love this.
Well, industry hates the whole thing, I think, but that's all right.
Yeah, but this makes it better. Okay, next meeting, we'll bring it around again.
It dies on the vine, Speaker. You're just like everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah. On anything further on 6? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just jump in real quickly. I don't want to forget, I had in my notes the network represented by Ms. Hardesty and company, and I wondered if the committee might not recommend that group take up some of the conversations we've had over the last few days. And I didn't want to forget to bring it up. It seemed like this is a good time to at least make a mental note of it, whether we want to throw any of that effort to them.
And so Senator Landon, you just want to make sure that they start conversations, or what are you, I guess, where are you trying to go?
Mr. Chairman, I do. And there's a very good chance that we will just simply quit talking about this. I want the conversation to go on. And I think the idea that was presented earlier today about this Wyoming telehealth network would really be a great thing going forward, and it might teach us some things, might send us a little further down the road. So let's just say that we get rid of all of that portion of the bill. I just didn't want that conversation to die.
Gotcha, Senator. And I guess Ms. Hardesty, what I would encourage you and Ms. Sessions as members of this body, and maybe prior to the next meeting, is that you two commit as a subgroup, as a subcommittee, to meet between, healthcare providers, telehealth, and industry, and actually have a good hard discussion about what the needs are, what the solutions are, where we can find common ground here. So is that something that you guys could kind of get together and do? All right, that sounds great. Is that kind of what you had in mind, Senator Landon? Does that work for you?
Mr. Chairman, that's perfect. Thank you.
You bet. So now anything else on page 6?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just on line 9, I would just note, and I mentioned this earlier, changing telecommunications company to broadband provider.
Yes, I think that's just a technical correction. Please do so. We go on to page 7. Page 8. Page 9.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a proposal on page 8. I just want a question on line 12, page 8. Fire protection districts, which has been changed now, that language that applies and is granted access to establish and operate at least one wireless internet access point. And so, many of our small towns, there is just one, right? But the few larger communities we have, I don't know how many we have in Casper, 10? I don't know. And so my question is really, is it one, or is it one in every fire hall? That's really my question. And if it is one in every fire hall, then that maybe needs to be written a little differently at the beginning of line 12.
So, Mr. Speaker, the way I understood the other one, it's really, it would be just one for that whole entity. So it might be a municipal fire whatever the word was we used now, I can't remember, department, I think. So a municipal fire department would be one. If you want to go to fire hall, which was, I think, our original intent, then fire building, fire hall, I don't even know if that's a doable term. You'd have to expand out, or you would have to do something else, I think, Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So really the amendment then is kind of in that line 12, 13, 14, Brian, where really it's wireless internet access point at all those fire protection facilities that are connected. If they're connected, they should provide that wireless access.
Is there a second on that? I'll second that one.
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, so the idea is that any fire department or district that applies and is granted access, they would provide it at every facility or at least one facility of the district or department.
Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, just Brian, at every facility that's connected. So
Speaker Harshman, prior, the way the bill's written, shall establish and operate at least one. So what it does is it allows that fire district or fire department to decide how many they wanted. I don't know that we want to demand it at each one. So I seconded it, but I question whether that was your intent. Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman and Brian, my thoughts are if we're going to hook them up, then they ought to provide that. That's part of the deal. Then your parking lot, you provide some of that wireless access. So if we go ahead and hook them up and they say, well, we've got two, we got one here in this little town and 10 miles away in this little town, we're only going to pick this one town, and instead of buy a router for both, so but anybody that's hooked up ought to provide that. That's where I'm going with it.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my understanding of the intent of this provision is there's only one reason they would be hooked up, and that's to provide that Wi-Fi access point. We're not going to hook up fire stations just for the grins of hooking them up, are we? I mean, that's they have to provide if they sign up for this. Isn't that correct?
I think at least one location they would have to if they signed up. The question I think is if you sign up, do we demand they sign them all up? And Speaker Harshman's motion was that it would be all fire halls. I seconded it.
Nope.
No.
All
Speaker
fire halls that are connected, Mr. Chairman. And I don't think it says that in here. I mean, if it's a district that has multiple buildings and you hook up all these buildings and then only one of them has to do the internet access point. That's the way I read it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Mr. Fuller, what does the bill say?
Mr. Chairman, back on page 3, this would be lines 8 to 10. It states that a fire protection district, so access shall be in accordance with the following, granted upon an application, and it says a fire district or department after the amendment can apply for purposes of establishing at least one access point. So there's nothing in here that would preclude a department or district from seeking to connect more than one facility. It just requires that at least one must be connected and offer a wireless access point.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm all right then. I think I can back off that. Burn about 5 minutes of your life. My apologies.
All right, we'll get rid of that. The second agrees. Anything more on page 8? Page 9. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't receive Mr. Glass's amendment about peering, but I wanted to see if there was anyone on the committee interested in that. and what industry thought of it as well, because industry, the other parts of industry, other than Mr. Glass, didn't get a chance to speak on the idea of peering with the unified network.
Ms. Sessions, I guess you're on the spot.
Yep,
So what's your
that's okay.
thought of that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin. You know, it was an interesting concept to me, the way that the representative described it. I did not see Mr. Glass's email, so I'm not sure what he was exactly referring to, but it wouldn't save a bunch of money. It probably wouldn't offload that much traffic, but it was an interesting concept.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the first thing is, and I got the email from Mr. Glass, and I think it's a good idea, but I also do not think we can justify that as coronavirus related at all. I think that's completely outside of the wheelhouse. It's not like the unified network is overloaded or anything like that. So I'm a hard no on that.
Okay, we will move on. So nothing further on page 9. Page 10, page 10 starts the one build. Is that correct, Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I also wanted to note that this is not in the bill, but, and I did not mention this when, going through the bill, but there will need to be another conforming amendment to 9.2.2906 that'll be inserted later. It relates to the unified network, to just regarding the access to the network based on this language. So that would be included in the next version of the bill.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So in general, are we pretty good with one bill? Did we put that in the recommendation of the governor? Are you good with that? Not good with that? Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, my only one thing I'd offer amendment is on page 12, line 12, where it says estimated demand for the next 10 years. I don't know the exact number, but 10 is too short. 10 is like that. And I think I put 50 as a proposal, but I think it's at least 20. And so I'd just motion, I'll start it at 50 for the next 50 years of broadband internet service. I don't know when you're going to rebuild these highways. You're not, you're going to layer them and top layer them. And
I will second that for discussion. Any discussion on moving from 10 to 50?
Anybody wants to move that date, that amount? I mean, that's a friendly amendment, but I think 10 is way too short. So.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just hesitate to go with 50 years because we didn't have the internet 50 years ago even. I got to imagine that's going to change a ton. So I guess I don't know if it'll be considered a friendly amendment, but 20 years, I think is lots.
That's friendly with me.
Okay, move to 20. All those in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. Carries. In general, and give me a thumbs up. Do you all think that this is a worthy idea to take to the governor, or do you think this is just a standalone policy? So if you think it's something, a recommendation we want to take to the governor, give me a thumbs up. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 3. Yeah, we'll put it down on that list, Brian. And I guess one question to you all that didn't support the 1 gig thing, what's your thoughts there? Where would you rather it be a long-term consideration? Don't Senator Dockstader, don't want to put you on the spot, but
That's
I will.
okay.
Just give me your thoughts.
20 actually is fine, but if we need to do a quick dig, it's not overly complicated. We're doing that now with all around our area, as Ms. Sessions would know. We're putting it in quick. You can fix it quick, but if we need this on the list for the governor, that's fine.
And Ms. Sessions, in general, your position on a one dig. So if we start to build highways for some reason and there's not conduit in the ground, do you have a general problem with us doing that, or?
No general problem.
Rep Lindholm, were you the other one of the three?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was one of the other three because I don't have a lot of faith that this will get done without it being in a bill. No, nothing against Department of Transportation, but we've been down this road of one dig before with them, and they told us they would do it, and then they didn't. Now, granted, directors have changed. I just, once bitten.
Gotcha. Well, we will, Senator Landon.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the co-chairman of corporations is actually hitting on something that came home to roost a couple of weeks ago on school facilities. We suggested 2 or 3 years ago on construction project that we go ahead and lay backup capability on access, and we're kind of discovering that probably didn't take place. So, it's something that you gotta trust that they'll do it, but we better be ready to verify it.
Okay, very good. We will keep it in the bill and we'll keep it in our recommendations. All right, let's move on. We've went past page 12. And we are now on fees on page 13. We go on to fees for broadband and cellular development on state and school trust lands. And so page 13, Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm on page 14 on line 6. I think fees and rents not to exceed 25% of the market rate.
I'll second it for discussion, and then Speaker Harshman, perhaps you can tell us why. I like giving it away. Just, is it too much in our Constitution?
I just think, Mr. Chairman, I just think there needs to be something. I think the dollar a year, or maybe maybe it's 10% of the going rate. I don't know, but it's got to be something. I just think you got to be, and there is language in there. There's a little trade-off for the children that's in there, so maybe that's enough. But I think we have that discussion. Thank you.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much like yourself, I favor the $1, but maybe to kind of kumbaya. I don't know if that would be considered a friendly amendment, but maybe 1%.
Yeah.
The second would agree with 1%.
Yeah, that's friendly. It's probably $100.
Okay. Any other discussion on that point? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Anything further on page 14 or page 15? And then obviously the rest of 15 and 16 is staff notes. We go on to 17, and this is the rights of way section. And 17, it just starts, subsection A, and you go to 18. And on 18, this was my concern, is I didn't want to do this for every public utility or communications company. I would rather see it for delivery of broadband. That was the task of this group. I think by going that broad, we've expanded beyond really what our scope was. And so I'm interested in your thoughts, but I guess my proposed amendment, Senator Von Flateren, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, do you need a second to that amendment to have a discussion?
Sure. So my motion would be to restrict this back to just the delivery of broadband. And so, yes, thank you for the second. And then discussion, Senator Von Flateren.
So if we do that, 126.813 is created to read. So we just need to do this as a creation that would say, or communication companies desiring to install. So we get rid of any public utility or on line 1, page 18.
So, Mr. Fuller, my idea would be to give you broad latitude to basically do this, but highlight what you were thinking.
Mr. Chairman, just based on the discussion and based on your motion, perhaps the prudent course would be to leave this section alone and to create a new section that would apply only to broadband providers, which could be defined in that section. And then all of the changes here would be the backbone of that language in that new section in terms of the process that's laid out in this amended language.
So that seems reasonable to me. Representative Lindholm, you and I kind of started this. I know you would like to probably go a different route, but your thoughts, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to move the ball in any direction we can, considering we're not even sure that we'll have a special session. It doesn't hurt my heart.
Correct, and I think this piece of things is a section that could go on to a general session, right? It could be a standalone bill or part of a bigger bill, long term, to get things done as well. So let's try to create that, Brian, for our next meeting. Oh, well, first, motion and a second. All those in favor of that signify by raising your hand. All right, all but good, Representative Lindholm. And so with that, we will continue there. So that kind of gets us through 18. I do have a note on 19. And Mr. Fuller is made available to all persons adjacent to the right of way. This was an addition by the subcommittee, I believe. And so I guess I know that was raised as an issue by industry. They felt that was a fairly high bar. I'm curious if the subcommittee thought about if they might want to move off of that. Speaker Harshman, any thoughts?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm on a different tack, so you might want to, I really want to ask, I just don't know, and maybe Barb knows this. So are the materials, when you do a fiber dig or whatever, are those materials, do you pay sales tax on those materials?
Ms. Sessions.
We do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, we do.
So that'll be a separate amendment, because the big pushback you're gonna get are from cities on this, because they have franchise rights, and man, there's money to be involved. And you say, hey, this city street now, or this state highway that is your main street of your city, is now open, and it's going to be open fast. So anyway, I got an amendment on that, but I don't think you're ready for that yet. So keep going where you're. And then we had a little suggestion on all persons on line 5.
That is the one I'm asking. That came out of the subcommittee, and I'm wondering. I think all is a bit much, but I agree with industry on that. But I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on wording. Representative Lindholm, you had your hand up. Might not have been on this topic.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to comment on the speakers that ask if they pay sales tax on it. And actually, if it's in an unserved area, thanks to Representative Summers' co-sponsorship, no, there is no sales tax. It's sales tax exempt in the state of Wyoming.
Yep. Senator Von Flateren.
Mr. Chairman, are you on page 19 on line 5 where it says made available to all persons?
I am.
So the right-of-way agreements that the DOT has is up to 2,000 feet is available. So if they plow in your fiber, you have to do every structure that they decide, or the speed limit signs or whatever, up to 2,000 feet. Could we put something into all persons adjacent or within 2,000 feet of the right-of-way?
you know, in general, I understand why we're doing this. It's an attempt to give back to those. If we kind of give an easement, basically, it's an attempt to give back. But I'm not sure I support. I don't support this. I'm not sure where we go with it. So, but I don't have an amendment. So if nobody else does, I think we tag this, Brian, for further discussion. I think everybody's getting tired. Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to apologize to the public and to the committee. My 5-year-old boy decided to walk in the door wearing nothing but underwear. So sorry about that.
That's it's all right. So if nobody has any solutions for the all term, we'll just note that, Brian, and we'll go on. Anything else on page 19?
Mr. Chairman,
please.
I would just add, be around line 15, Brian. I guess you'd probably renumber an E. And so it sounds like if you do these broadbands out in the rural part, there's no sales tax. But if you do them in Casper, there is sales tax. Is that, maybe give me a nod of the head, Miss? Okay. So my amendment is any sales tax on materials used for this job shall be 100% payable to the local government. So we divide sales tax 70-30. 70 goes to the state, 30 to the locals on the 4% state sales tax. There's going to be a loss of franchise fees, but you know, it takes forever to negotiate all that, is my understanding. And so we're saying, hey, we want to go fast, but here is a little bit of financial kind of reward or whatever for that. So that's my amendment.
So, Mr. Speaker, is this is like on line 15, or it would be a Romanet 3?
Yeah, or an E, maybe, whatever, Brian.
Yeah, this can't be a 3, so it's got to be a separate section.
I think it's an E, yeah.
Okay. I'll second it for discussion. Senator Landon seconded it. Any thoughts on that, folks? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. All right, motion passes.
And Mr. Chairman, with that motion, will there be latitude for any conforming amendments that may be necessary to existing statute?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I do want to bring one on line 13 and 14. And this just should conform with our other bill. So my motion would be to conform the latency with the previous bill's language that we developed. And there's a second by Senator Von Flateren. Discussion, no discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes. Then we're on to 19. On to the bottom of 19. Any other amendments on 19? 20. These are all definitions. And then we go into 21, which is a continuation. We go 21, 22. The language is on 23. So are there any amendments on 23? We go to 23, which is 24-2-116. And this is so briefly, Brian, remind me what we're doing here.
Mr. Chairman, 24-2-116 is the provision for the Department of Transportation to lease excess capacity on its infrastructure.
Right, and so we had this discussion a bit earlier about whether this was all infrastructure or was this WyoLink towers. And so I guess that's a question back to Speaker Harshman. Did you know, as it was originally written, then you guys changed it from, we added at 0, you changed it on page 24 to 50% of market rate. We heard testimony that probably, you know, wasn't going to get us anywhere. So Was this really revolving around WildLink towers, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks. It was, and I think the first part, when our subcommittee, when we spoke with the director, it was, they didn't want to lose the part on 4, 5, and 6, where, you know, you're giving them access, but we can trade for free Wi-Fi, or just to be able to kind of work out common sense deals. And free wasn't really going to work, but we want to incentivize. So we said 50%. Again, we could lower that. Maybe it's 20%. 25% to incentivize this growth and use in these areas. So that was it.
Mr. Speaker, let me just ask a question here. What if it's just simply that we trade, you know, that it's a trade for just what you wanted, Wi-Fi in rest areas, or connection, YDOT connection for their signs and stuff, rather than a monetary value?
Mr. Chairman, I think because in some places there's nothing to trade, and that's why it says or on line 4. So, you know, I would just move that, maybe we knock that down to 20%, or equivalent level of services as negotiated.
That's seconded by Senator Landon. Senator Von Flater.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have no idea what it costs to put up their smart signs, or their variable speed limit signs, or the Wi-Fi rest area. And maybe 20% is wrong. You know, maybe it should be 75%, because it takes that much more. But in some areas where there is nothing to trade, as this good speaker brought up, you know, 5% might be fine. But I would like to know how much they do require in certain areas that have the rest area, have the variable signs, have the intelligent signs, have the speed limit signs that vary. So those kind of things would add up to this 50% or not, you know.
We may still have Director Reiner on the line. Is anybody interested in his thoughts on this issue? It says yes. So Director Reiner, if you have still hung with us at that telephone number, you know, please talk to us on this subject, or Mr. Babbitt, either one, whoever wants to handle this, to give us an idea. You know, do we need to? Were we all right to begin with, or is this important that we capture something?
Mr. Chairman,
Babbitt.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the director's on, but so, you know, in the past, we've had a lot of success in working with service providers for a trade of service. So from our perspective, I think that's a great working solution. The amounts vary, obviously, depending on the terrain and where we're at on the cost of some of those situations. And that's kind of a guesstimate as well.
Director Reiner.
Mr. Chairman, I am here. I agree with what Mr. Babbitt says. For us, this is about teamwork, and it's about success on both sides. And the ability for us, I think, to get a benefit back is key as we work through this. Mr. Babbitt will have a better sense on numbers than me, but conceptually, hey, I know it's important for us to get broadband across the state, but it's very helpful for us running the department that we have the ability to negotiate what makes sense.
Senator Von Flater.
So, Mr. Babbitt and Mr. Chairman, do you agree with the way it's written now? It says the rate of lease shall not exceed 50%, or at equivalent level of services negotiated by the department. Do you think we can negotiate an equivalent what you're used to today, or we need to charge not exceed 50% of the reasonable market-based rate? Which is it here, or maybe nothing?
Who would like to take that, Mr. Babbitt or the director? Mr. Babbitt, why don't you give it a run, and then we'll turn it over to the director.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go on our past experience in working with those service providers. Senator, we have had a good working relationship. So I think it's a combination of both. I think just like the speaker had mentioned, sometimes there's nothing there to trade. So I think it's a positive if it mentions both in the language.
Director, anything further?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would agree. It is, we haven't really been directed in the past to do anything specifically here. And we've really worked it out pretty well. And my compliments to Mr. Babbitt and our partnership with the telecoms. And so I think flexibility is key. Giving us an upper cap is an upper cap, doesn't mean we have to get there. But I think the flexibility is important to us with the or.
Okay, are there any other questions of the department? Speaker Harshman.
So, Mr. Chairman, Director, you like the 50% better than the 20%, obviously. And it says up to or not to exceed. So that's not like that's the rate you have to get.
Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, my preference is up to the 50%.
Yeah, that's what I think. Is talking through this, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw if it's okay with my second.
It's okay with the second. Very good. So no change to this unless there's another amendment. Thank you, department, for coming on. Maybe hang around for a second. I do have a question of Brian Fuller as I look down this line. On lines 5 through 11, let's say, in existing language, it says no telecommunications company may lease excess capacity on a communication infrastructure facility owned by the
Chairman, you're
Mr.
breaking
Chairman.
up. Mr. Chairman, can you face your computer? I think you're breaking up.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what I'm concerned about is the language that says that excess capacity, basically on line 10, that excess capacity in that area is unavailable from private commercial communication facility owners. That's existing language, but if we're really trying to free this up, why do we want to go through this test of whether there's excess capacity available from private commercial communication facility owners? So, I guess a question I would have to Ms. Sessions, and something we can look at and perhaps bring this up in the next go around, but I would really like to look at getting rid of that. Is there a reason to still have that, Ms. Sessions? Do you know, is there a need to protect industry there?
I think that it is necessary only from the aspect of the competition piece that we've talked about as it relates to the unified network. I think that applies here as well.
So I think that's the question in my mind is if we're trying to open up WildLink towers, we're trying to open them up, and kind of my personal opinion on both sides is I wouldn't give YDOT any money for it, and I wouldn't let industry kind of have that piece on the facility. So I think we just need to revisit this section. I think obviously we probably will anyway, but I really want to have a broader discussion on that piece. So anyway, let's move along. Anything else on page 24? 25, we have the appropriation for this is the appropriation for the unified network. That goes on to 26. Then 27 is the draft on adding more language in on WildLink. And some of that was kind of controversial. So Speaker Harshman, I guess if you want to move it, we can work it.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'd move it and explain it. We got the director here, and these all came out of
I'll
the
second.
subcommittees. Thanks. The subcommittees discussions with the department, and really the 17 towers is their number, what they want to get built. And it came from the executive branch, not only the department, the executive branch to do on page 27, 17, these 17 towers. And then also, you know, and it's got the reasons underneath it, right? And on A and B, heading on to page 28, purposes of remote education, telework, telehealth. And then on line 9, complete projects to install fiber optic cables. 77 WildLink towers, only 2 of them have fiber. So we asked the question, where could we quickly run in the next 6 months and fiber up some more of these towers so they'd be expandable to industry and all that. And there's 55 of them. So that's where that number came from, the department. And again, for remote education, telework, telehealth. And then Romanet 3 on line 19, page 28, you know, part of this is, well, and this came from the director, the general said, you know, we've always been told in the past, well, these are only engineered for so much weight, and while YDOT's got all the weight and they can't use it. But the director said, you know, with a little bit of extra resource, you can, whether it's cabling or whatever, you can reinforce these towers to make them more accessible. And so that's what Romanet 3 is for those same things, to open them up to industry. And really, in the general, I won't speak for him. The director said, you know, if a company comes to him and says, what about this tower here? And that would be one, yeah, let's go to work on it. They wouldn't go out and just start randomly reinforcing towers, but it'd be ones that industry pointed out that they'd like to partner with them on, and then use these funds to reimburse or to strengthen those towers. So that's really what is appropriate. Mr. Chairman, if we accept this, I'd like to amend it to do some of these longer fiber installs by YDOT, you know, particularly that Eastern Highway 85, Newcastle to Albin. Maybe there's some others we can talk about, but that's where the 75 million on line 7, page 29 comes from.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, industry, Senator Von Flater.
Did you need was that a motion and I was seconding it?
Speaker Harshman moved it. I seconded it for discussion purposes. So it's been moved and seconded. You know, the one comment, just quickly, and then I'll get to Senator Van Fleet. One comment, industry was concerned about the fiber build, but it doesn't really say in there that that's going to be fiber owned by the state. In fact, currently, those 2 towers that have fiber to it, I'm assuming that they did a RFP and somebody put fiber into those towers for them. I wouldn't assume that it was state-owned fiber, and I don't see where this is. Senator Von Flater.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Did we also, is appropriations doing the same thing? Because I saw the same list of so many towers and so many repeaters and so many batteries and all being given to appropriations. Are we doing the same thing that appropriations is doing, or is this additionally?
So appropriations got the same handout from YDOT that you all did. In a CapCon bill that might have had CARES Act dollars, I submitted an amendment that I don't know whether we hadn't got to that point yet in appropriations to put WildLink and this other concept in, because I didn't know whether we were going to do it here. But no, it's not in any bill that right now, as of this moment, it's not in any bill in appropriations. Ms. Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I think that concerns me about this portion of the bill is that I think of some of the tower locations in our area that are really remote towers or remote mountain sites. that typically do not expand broadband to any towns or even past residential areas.
Thank you. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's certain parts of this that I really like. I think, running fiber between towers makes a lot of good sense. But in the words of Representative Pennell, when it comes to building 17 new towers for WildLink, I'm against it. Just not for that portion. As it stands right now, I don't see how that runs the ball in a big way.
Any other thoughts out there, Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, and this was a staff comment in the other bill, and it's quite possible that it would apply to this language as well. But I would just note for the task force consideration, Article 16, Section 6, the prohibition, the limitation on the state constructing and engaging in works of internal improvement without a vote of the people. Because of the limited time to do this, I have not carefully vetted this in terms of whether these projects would be internal improvements, but it certainly is an issue that I would highlight for the task force.
Senator Von Flateren.
I think in regards to this being internal improvement, I don't think it is, because WildLink has never gone to the people to vote on. So I don't know that it qualifies or not, Mr. Fuller, but it's a thought.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fuller.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senator Von Flateren, generally, I mean, the test for these would be if it's a function that's exclusively performed by the state, which, my understanding with the WildLink is it's a question of public safety. A function of the state that would not necessarily implicate this provision.
So any other comments on WildLink before we vote on this addition? Representative Harshman, Speaker Harshman.
Chairman, and I know we can't ask the director or to comment now in the middle of this debate, but I think 17 towers are already on the drawing board. So it's whether general fund or wideout funds, or whether CARES Act funds. So that's out there. But again, the purposes for remote education, telework, and telehealth constitute a valid and permissible use of the funds. So that's really where we're going with this. So we're trying to just switch that and trying to do a little bit of a moonshot on this while we can. So.
Well, and I think the other validity, I guess the other reason WildLink towers could possibly be an expenditure is frankly, they are the communication system for everything, including probably COVID related stuff. And so I think there's probably some connection there. Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, and two, I think to round it out, I was on appropriations when WildLink first came on, and the idea after 9/11 was really interoperability, so everybody could talk to each other. It's kind of a command and control, but it's evolved. Local governments and everybody has wanted an increased mission for WildLink, really, and to be kind of the first responder network. And when the original idea before was not, it was just to make sure police and firemen could all talk to each other and all other emergency folks. But our citizens, our counties and cities have wanted it expanded, and that's where we're at today. So anyway, that's just moving forward on it, and these 17 towers are going to be built one way or the other. So.
Okay, all those in favor signify by raising their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed. And I'm an aye, so we added in, it's successful. And we've already, the other piece that Speaker Harshman was talking about right at the beginning, we added it into the recommendations to the governor, and that was the piece that where YDOT would plow into the right of way. And so, Mr. Fuller, if you could bring me to the language that you, and perhaps the speaker has different language, but I had some language crafted that really goes to that issue that we talked about, where YDOT would plow in areas where conduit or where fiber didn't exist. And so do you have some of that? Did you email that out to the?
Mr. Chairman, I sent that language to the task force yesterday afternoon.
So basically what this says, and I'm just going to read it. We can put it in the bill or not put it in the bill, but it is that Romanet 2 of that piece, and it says, plan for and complete projects that install fiber optic cable and any associated equipment along any roads within Wyoming within the state highway system, provided that the project will A, not install fiber optic cable or any associated equipment along or parallel to a road or right of way where existing fiber optic cable or associated conduits are located. So that's basically where there is no fiber. And then B, enabling expansion of broadband internet to Wyoming residents for the purposes of remote education, telework, or telehealth. And then there's an appropriation, but there's an appropriation in the other already existing in that section of 75 million. So that was my suggested solution to kind of that recommendation to the governor. Speaker Harshman, is that consistent with what you were thinking?
Chairman, my only question, my only question really is who's going to own it and that kind of thing. And my point was to make it, and really this was feedback we have, to make it available for private carriers, that we lease it out at a very cheap rate for like 20 years to really incentivize that. Because again, you're out in sparse territory, not many customers. So in order to get it, you gotta, we can help incentivize that. So that was and maybe that's getting into the weeds too far on it and don't need to do that in this amendment, but.
Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, it's not getting into the weeds too far. We gotta make sure that those who are already in the industry are taken care of, because we're kind of mixing it up here. We got to be careful.
Agreed. Ms. Sessions, I guess I'm going to ask you, I would guess that language like this would be made available to everybody through an RFP or something. So the conduit would be either sold, either individual ducts of conduit would be sold or leased back to industry. So I guess I would ask you for, kind of what your thoughts are on how we would do that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could please ask a clarifying question first.
Sure, please.
Are you talking about just the conduit, or are you actually talking about blowing in fiber? What was your language?
It says fiber optic cable. So really, I mean conduit. I just didn't get it in there. I didn't mean blowing in fiber. I just mean conduit.
Okay.
But now maybe somebody else would have the idea of we're actually going to put the fiber in. But I guess you tell us and we'll put it in there.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that if it's conduit, I think there's an opportunity to lease it back to the providers. If it's fiber, I would say that's great, but you would have to probably lease out individual sheaths so that there was no two providers accessing the same fiber sheath.
So the easiest, Ms. Sessions, just the easiest thing would probably be conduit, or do you?
Conduit.
Yeah, and then the state would lease those holes of conduit back to providers through an open process.
Correct.
Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Mr. Speaker, you're getting closer to the.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just want to, I think we want to do what's going to be fastest, best, and provide the most, and then I think somehow if we did it, maybe the lease is somehow a free part of the unified network. I mean, that's where we have real problems with the unified network, and redundancy is what I'm told, kind of along that whole eastern corridor for the school children. So I don't know how that, I just don't know enough about it, but that's the little bit I know. So I want to do it the best way.
Representative Lindholm, thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As long as this is just conduit, I don't think that's a problem. The reason why we don't want to have the state owning any more fiber than we got is because that's a guarantee that we're going to have ETS come forward asking for more positions because they don't have enough people to take care of the fiber. And nobody's going to really, nobody's going to want to lease dark fiber from the state out in the remote nowhere, because there's ultimately the responsibility will most likely come down to the state to repair it when it does break, not if, but when. And so that's just as long as it's conduit, I'm good with that.
And I think, Brian, in this conceptual amendment, we want to, the lease back from the state is at a minimal value, and we don't define it right now. I think we can leave that to rulemaking or something. So that's my motion now that I've kind of worked it out. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Von Flattern. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Speaker Arshman.
I think, do we need to put an appropriation in here? I think, the 200 miles at 15,000 a mile is $3 million, I think, my little league math. Do we need an appropriation? Do we want to put a couple of appropriations in here and try to, I don't know where else, maybe there's a couple others out there that we can do a couple other 200-mile builds.
So my suggestion was we put it in it's an amendment to what we passed your amendment, right? So it's amendment into that section, and it accesses the 75 million. So it's just part of that. The appropriation would be the 75 million.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'll just move that we bump that appropriation up to 85 million. So that would cover basically 3 more 200-mile hauls of this, if there are 3 out there.
Friendly amendment to my original amendment. Senator Von Flattern.
If this is how you're doing it, I said there was a motion on the floor is what I was going to object to, but if this is a friendly amendment to your amendment?
Yes.
Yep, it's a friendly amendment to my amendment. Is my second good with it, which was Senator Von Flattern? Yes. All right, all those in favor, any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. So that kind of moves us through the bill. I think we went on, we're still on now, we're on page 30. We're on page 30 of the bill. We already kind of approved this, but I'll just go through it. We approved to send to the governor, which is petition the federal government for a broad or blanket easement on rights of way for broadband infrastructure. That moves on to page 31. Any amendments to that? And then on to 32 is the end of the bill. And I think we have those pieces, that last one being one of them, that is a recommendation to the governor, as well as the WildLink. That was a vote. So we will move those pieces as recommendations, and then the bill itself will sit to the next meeting. And so, Brian, can you go over just really quickly? I'm not even going to vote on that bill because obviously we didn't finish the bill. And so I'll set it aside. And Brian, so do you have those recommendations out of this bill that would go to the governor? Can you kind of list those off?
Mr. Chairman, I have 4 recommendations. The first would be the YDOT funding, or funding the YDOT projects, which were contained in that staff comment, and then the separate language that was just amended in. The Section 4 language for applying to the federal government for easements, the dig once policy, and then the 4th one I have was a recommendation for Wi-Fi on school buses.
That sounds, Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we didn't, talking about these hot spots at school buildings across the state to buy that equipment if it's needed, whoever needs it. I know my district would need it. Some don't. I thought that was part of that, to get those community hotspots rolling quicker.
We didn't vote on it, but would you want to make a motion on that?
I would, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Senator Von Flateren. And then Senator Von Flateren, did you have a comment, or Representative Lindholm?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just curious because we've kind of diverged off of the way we started. I mean, the way we started out is if anybody had any issues, we weren't going to send it on as a recommendation. And I was good with that without amending this bill. But if we're gonna suddenly start changing the voting on these things, then buckle your seat, because I'm going to amend half this bill out right now.
So I think good point. This one here is, I think, one we discussed earlier. I think it isn't in the bill, right? It's not a part of the bill at all. And so this is just, it's kind of like what Senator Wasserberger brought up. Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My point being, though, Mr. Chairman, that if any 1 or 2 people had an issue, we weren't going to send that on as a recommendation. Now we're sending on stuff that have been a split vote, like 1 vote off. And so I just think that's a very different concept. Even though that's not part of the bill, I just want to push back that we've got 2 separate mechanisms going here.
Fair enough. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the co-chairman. There was a little bit of heartburn on this one, and I think it's because some of us are trying to sort out, are we going to set these up in community centers and fire halls, or do we want it to be schools? And if we want it to be schools, I'm willing to talk about that, but then doesn't that beg the question, do we really need to do it at community centers, or if we're going to have our schools hooked up as hotspots? So it just sounded to me like that probably needs a little more conversation. I believe it was pretty unanimous that we look at buses.
Okay, I think that's fair. Speaker Harshman, are you willing to pull that?
I think, Mr. Chairman, so school buses aren't in the bill either, just so everybody, that's not in the bill. That was just a deal. I guess we voted on it, but I think that section 1 is going to have a tough time. It is. I mean, it is. We all know it is. And so as we keep working that, but I think school Wi-Fi spots, probably not as tough a time. The issue is, in some of your necks of the woods, there are no schools, but you have a fire hall in every place in the entire state. And schools nearly, though. So I don't know. That's where I was kind of going with that. Maybe I'm getting ahead of the compromise or something.
Yeah, I think probably that was a bridge too far. So as a second, I'm going to pull back.
Yeah. So that's fine. I think as we continue to work this bill and we kind of try to get a path forward, we do that, because it is about access. I mean, we got to figure that out. And not everybody has access. They just don't. And so that's it. So anyway, I'll back off that for now.
Senator Von Flateren.
Mr. Chairman, could you have Brian read what recommendations you are making to the governor?
Please, Brian, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, what I have would be the funding of the YDOT projects that are on page 27 of the bill, that staff comment. and then the additional language that Representative Summers amended into that comment. Also, section 4, the language regarding the request of the federal government for the easements, the Wi-Fi on buses, and a dig once policy.
Are we good? Representative Lindholm.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to bring up again that I don't think when it came down to the WildLink projects, that was not a unanimous vote. Everything else was a unanimous vote. They were all 100%, everybody's on board. They make sense. This is a very different, I don't feel right that we did this one vote where that was split right down the middle. And that's going to become part of the recommendation where everything else was all kind of a kumbaya moment. These are all non-controversial things. So if this goes forward as a recommendation, I do not want my name on it.
Okay, so there's two ways we can handle this. I can just pull it, and or we can send it as a split vote and send that recommendation to the governor and tell him it was a split vote. So there's two options here. Anybody got any thoughts on them? Senator Dockstader, what are you thinking?
Well, I was going to ask, on the split vote, let's review that one more time before we make a decision. I still think we got enough votes to put it through.
So on the WildLink, it was, as I recall, it was a 6-3 vote. 6 in favor, 3 against, but it is inconsistent with our other recommendations, which have been unanimous. And so the question is, do we just pull it? We could separate it out and just say this was a split vote, 6-3. These are who voted for it. These are voted against it. Thoughts, Speaker Harshman?
Yeah, I think the vote was 6-2, but I guess I didn't, I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize it was in our first bill, we passed the bill. So that's a little easier, I guess, but I don't think we went through this same process of going down the list and saying, was this unanimous or was this not? I don't recall that earlier today, but it's been a few hours ago. And so I didn't know that was, I didn't know it had to be 100%. And that's a pretty high bar, I think. And as far as for not having your name on it, I don't think that's the issue. I think, you vote, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And all of us had amendments onto these bills that some of them are our amendments, some aren't. But in the end, that's the way that thing goes. So I don't, I think the governor too, whether we send it to him or not, the director is listening. His tech guy is listening. They actually brought these recommendations to us as well. So whether we give them or not, it's probably going to happen, right? So that's fine. Either way, I think it'll work. We just keep working this bill into the next meeting.
So Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only reason for kind of throwing this little bit of a fit is there's no recorded vote like there is with legislation. There's no way for me to be able to demonstrate where I was at on a vote in this regard, besides looking up the minutes. The reason why I brought this up is as we started going through this bill and looking at the different portions of it, one of the first sections, or the first section, is the unified network aspect. And the question was asked, is that going to be controversial? Yes. Okay, we're going to skip it over and not include it on our recommendation. And so that's where the 100% consent aspect originated. And that's why this is just a different methodology. I don't think it's a big deal to send a separate letter and say, by the way, the WildLink thing was recommended by this task force. These are the members that voted for it. These are the members that voted against, or just exclude my name from it. I have no qualm with that.
So, Mr. Fuller, I see you popped up.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of thoughts on this. First, at least in my experience with other committees, when letters have been sent, they generally only include the name of the chairman. You know, for a joint committee, for example, it would be the House and Senate chairman of that committee. The other thing I would just note, you know, that I'll look into a bit more is, you know, this idea of sending recommendations is a bit of an unusual one. Generally, this body enacts laws, which are then sent to the executive branch for that review, for the governor to veto or sign into law or otherwise. You know, these recommendations, you know, I would just make the committee, the task force aware, you know, in terms, there is still that separation of powers. You know, I see nothing that would bind the governor to do this. You know, it's also important to note that these, you know, recommendations wouldn't have, you know, any sort of legislative, you know, determination behind them in terms of, you know, when the legislature passes a bill, it opines on the legality and constitutionality of doing that. These recommendations would lack that force.
Okay, so I'm just going to make a unilateral decision as chairman, and we will send it forward, but we will tell the governor that there was a split vote on it. We don't need to name who voted for, who voted against it. That's not material. He'll just know that there was not consensus on that recommendations as there was with the other. The reason this is different than the last bill is that there was a complete consensus on the whole bill, as a bill and as recommendations. So I think that was why this was different. And so that's going to be how we do it. Anything else on these set of recommendations? If not, I'm going to go to the end of our agenda. I think if I can find the end of the agenda. Brian, I think I'm cleaned up there. Does that make sense? Am I good? You're,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I think I've cleaned up that. We have any loose issues on the bills, or are we good?
Not, Mr. Chairman, I don't think on those two bills at this time.
Okay, thank you. So discussion on future meetings, direction to staff. Barring a special session and the need to meet earlier to address these two bills again, I'm going to kind of shoot for a late July, early August meeting. Does that sound good with you guys? I think Brian has maybe some commitments and some personal stuff he may be doing. So that kind of works there. And that would get us in ahead of committee's work in September and November if we wanted to bring other bills. Topics for consideration is I want to highlight rural electric kind of the electric utility bill, that whole idea of rural electrics, and I want to make sure we bring in kind of all the voices to the table, and hopefully you know, we can have a good discussion on that. We have a draft bill that's kind of been put together. We'll pop that out as part of the discussions. It's certainly just a beginning piece of it.
I think you got to talk.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Brian, or
my apologies. I think every time you turn away, your voice becomes pretty muted.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I know I should be wearing headphones or whatever, because I do turn away. So so the that whole rural electric easement, that whole piece we'll bring forward. We'll get all the people to the table. We have a draft bill that we'll post, so that can be a piece of discussion. And then the second thing I have on my list is finish up 737. Regardless of whether we have a special session, there are issues in 737 we may want to take forward as to bills to committees, the rights of way issues. And then the other one that I would like staff to review in the meantime is review the existing grant program statutes and see if we can relieve it of some of the weight and burden it has on it. I know Ms. Sessions will probably be a little uncomfortable with that, but I think we really need to take a look at that to make it a more usable instrument.
Mr. Chairman, I concur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I actually concur. There are some things that we can do with that that will help facilitate spending of that grant money.
Perfect. And I would like to create a little subcommittee of you and Representative Lindholm to pluck that thing apart and make it usable. Representative Lindholm, you good with that? And then just finally, I guess, other items from the committee. What else relating to broadband that I mean, we've kind of went all over the board, but anything anybody would like to bring up for that next meeting that we might want to provide a bill for general session, now's the time. Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know, I just was kind of wondering what other members of the committee, and really Brian, a lot of this is riding on Brian Fuller, but I was almost wondering, instead of waiting till the end of July or 1st of August, just knock this thing out and be done with it. And I was thinking like the week of the 29th or like 2 weeks, have kind of our final, or is that enough time to knock some of this stuff out? That was my only thing.
Mr. Fuller, we can talk about staff's ability, but then on the electric utility issue, the electric easement issue, I guess as long as people out there, we need to get Farm Bureau, stock growers, all of those people that were at that meeting yesterday, the broadband coordinator, Sean Taylor, all of those people at the table, if we pop a bill out and then we give them time, I don't know that it matters when, but we need to allow them to kind of discuss it to see where we should go as well. That's my opinion on that one. But Brian, where we at staff-wise?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of making the changes that were discussed for 731 and 737, those should be able to be done. The question with the electric easements, if the intent is to finalize a bill draft, the bill draft that has been drafted on that topic is based on legislation of another state, and I think there will be questions that need to be resolved in that draft, before finalizing it. In terms of the timeline, it's up to the task force to decide, when we meet, and whenever that date is, we'll be ready.
I guess, Speaker Harshman, what are your thoughts on why we go that quick?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we just got some work to do on 737. 731's in pretty good shape. And a lot of that's section 1 of 737, right? We delayed the bloodletting. And I think we're going to have to talk about that and then just flat vote it up or down on that section. But keep talking about it. Maybe the other part is just perfecting the easement. And maybe it's not worth all that. Maybe it's not, but it's been on my brain on the pipeline and then now the power pole thing. And maybe it's not even worth chasing and putting that much energy into it. Maybe it's not even worth it. I think that 30-page bill from the state Southwest, that's not the answer. That thing is I think I guess it'd be interested to take a little time and look, see what other states have done. And I guess I'm interested in how does that work with the federal regulations on those pole attachments, and can you peel part of that off and give it to the landowner and kind of reach a little compromise with these groups and say, hey, you get 20% of the pole attachment fee plus And maybe it's not something anybody even wants. Maybe we just keep on trucking with what we're doing, and this roads and highways, county roads and highways be enough easements. So I don't know. Maybe it's not even worth going down that road for.
Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 731's ready. 737, I don't know that we'll ever bring comfort to some folks there. Are you opposed, Mr. Chairman, to getting 731 through the process and then taking 737 out for ways? The power pole thing, I don't see that happening real quick. We still have one that's ready to go almost now.
Senator Dockstetter, yeah, I think we approved 731 as a draft. I did state, and I still will, that if we go to a special session, then I think we bring this committee back and we finalize that to send to a committee. But I would rather take, I don't see if there's not a special session, I don't see the reason to do anything in late June. I'd rather wait a while and give these groups that are kind of discussing this issue, Sean Taylor and those, we just need to, we can't organize them, but they certainly can discuss. And Senator Landon, I know this was an issue, you were pretty interested in this issue. Is there a way that would you have some time to follow up with Sean and those folks to see what they're doing and let them know that, obviously they're probably listening as well, but let them know that at our next meeting that we want to hear from them on potential solutions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to do that. It's kind of in the wheelhouse of corporations anyway. Yeah, I think that's worth pursuing and taking a look at. I agree with the speaker. I'm not sure we want to do what the state to the south of us did necessarily, but there might be some pieces of that and some recommendations from Mr. Taylor and his crew. So be glad to reach out.
Thank you. And Mr. Fuller, just quickly, the legislation you kind of in a hurry got drafted, you kind of shortened that up quite a little bit, didn't you? You got a version that's somewhat smaller.
Mr. Chairman, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. And Speaker Harshman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And my final time, I just think, I think you're right on. I think I guess I would say to the committee is just be nimble. So if something happens and, all of a sudden we're looking at July 15th for a 2-day special session, we can meet quickly in this format. And I think this format is going to be adjusted as well as we keep moving and these COVID restrictions. There's a certain convenience to this. We can all sign on pretty quickly, and we might lose that convenience as the summer goes on as well. So, but I think you're right. Everybody just be nimble and be ready though if something breaks.
So I'm going to go back to my previous question. We have a lot of good minds on this committee, and I'm just interested in if you guys have thought of anything. Any rock we haven't turned over yet? Ms. Session, Barbara, what do you anything we want to bring forward to that next meeting that you can think of that would really advance broadband in the state of Wyoming?
Nothing that comes to mind, but if I think of something, I will definitely share it with the group.
Okay, Ms. Hardesty.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think one of the things, and you kind of noted that, and I'll connect with Barbara to bring the telehealth network providers and industry together to have some conversations. But I feel like one of the things we haven't addressed is we've talked about broadband, we've talked about fiber, but I don't believe that we've addressed truly what access means and access to healthcare and access within our communities. And hopefully that can be, continue to be part of the discussion. Just because you have a fiber there, does that truly then mean access? So I know we'll make sure that those are part of the telehealth network discussions and the other collaborations with Barbara and her constituents. But, I would hope that the committee is nimble about what is going on, but also really addresses what we're trying to address, which is access, for all populations in all different places of Wyoming. And sometimes that doesn't just mean the technology. So something I'll commit to, and hopefully just a consideration of a concept in general for the task force to consider.
And thank you. And I think that's a good reminder, Brian, to put down as the fourth thing, which was that Ms. Sessions and Ms. Hardesty are going to kind of move forward on that. We'll get and I think the access thing is really important. I mean, we're delving into that a little bit, trying to with the hotspots out of the unified network. If everybody's scared to death of the unified network name, then how do we find access? How do we, as a state, try to provide some hotspots to provide access to those people that don't have the resources to get internet? And I think it's important. I think it's an important thing. It's not as important in my community, perhaps, as it is in Casper or Cheyenne, where you have some probably larger populations that do not have the financial means. But it's important. You look in my library, the people that go in there, it gets packed at the computers, completely packed, because people don't have those resources. And I think if we could have some hotspots popping out of some places, we would benefit as a state, and we would benefit our society. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, you ask anything else on our minds, and I've really appreciated the dialogue the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I've learned a lot. I've got a lot of takeaways, fascinating discussions on this unified network, as you said. I wonder how and when and where we will ever come back to the issue of telehealth. That's a tough lift. But as I said earlier this afternoon, I hope that our organization with Ms. Hardesty and others might continue that conversation and help us. But I did want to say, Mr. Chairman, that the industry asked us to do anything we could possibly do on federal regs. I'm not sure how we can do that, but if nothing else, maybe we can make a recommendation to the governor that he reach out, especially during this time of the pandemic or whatever, and say, look, you got to relax some of these rules and regs so we can get some of these projects on the ground. So I didn't want to forget that relaxation of federal regulation might be something we could accomplish.
Senator Landon, I think you're correct. And I think that's part of our governor recommendation really on the rights of way, is to get some blanket easements across those rights of ways, those highway rights of way, to get that broadband in the ground. I think the time is right. I think we need to push that hard. And I totally agree with you on that. Anybody else for the good of the order?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dockstetter.
Well, I appreciate the speaker saying be nimble and be ready, but do we want to have anything in place with the governor's office if it doesn't all come together late in July, mid-July, late in July?
Senator Dockstetter, nobody else knows this, but I think you've been working on setting up a meeting with the governor. And so once you do that, I will get some of us together, and we will go to the governor with the recommendations. And I think you're going to work on a in-person meeting, and we'll sit down 6 feet apart and provide these recommendations to the governor and press to him how important we feel these things are. So that's kind of been your task, and I hadn't said that, but thank you for reminding me. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just as kind of an idea, I mean, we've got that one bill that's essentially done, and we're going to send that as a recommendation to the governor. Why don't we go ahead and assign that to the Corporations Committee for official sponsorship while we're waiting? And that way, if something were to happen, as far as a special session were to be triggered, both me and the co-chairman are here. That committee has expertise on handling utility law and broadband, and we'd be more than happy to take that mantle up.
Let me think on that one. I'm going to contemplate that for a little bit. But I think if we end up with a special session, we will bring this task force back together and we will make a decision on where that bill will go. And what I really appreciate is both co-chairs of corporations volunteered that they would be willing to meet in a heartbeat to bring this forward. So regardless of who does it, we'll come back to this committee for a kind of a final blessing on it if we decide to have one, and then we'll go forward. So yeah, fair enough. Anything else for the good for the next meeting or the good of the order? All right, well, I appreciate your time, and we kind of delayed a little bit of the hard decisions, but we'll get it all drafted out. And I just appreciate your time. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for listening. Wyoming.
Thank you.
Speaker Harshman.
Oh, thanks, man. See ya. Thank you. Good
All
work.
right, take care. Bye.